Yes, I hope I am audible now. Am I?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you. So, a warm welcome to all of you as we are going to begin our today's session of our ATAL FDP program. Yesterday, we have Dr. Pushpendra Pateriya with us to deliver a very informative session on vulnerability management. So, he has explained how structured vulnerability that handles and explain also about the strengthening of organization security posture. So whatever the examples he have shared and how he has engaged the session with the real life examples and MCQs he has asked and ensured the participation of all the participants, that was truly appreciable. So today we are glad to have him for the next session, that is on the testing web services and the APIs. So APIs, which is a backbone of all the modern application, ensuring the security and reliability is very important. So we are going to begin this session on the same topic, and I invite Dr. Pushpendra Patriya for beginning of today's session. Sir, I'm going to provide you the rights. Please check it and confirm.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so very much. Again, I would like to thank you, ma'am, and Dr. Pratik Agrawal. I'm very grateful and thank you. I'm honored to be the part of this prestigious ATAL FDP. So, in the last session, actually, because of time limits, we were not able to finish many of the things. So I will just wrap up the things which were left yesterday and then we start today's. I have also shared one link related to today's session. So the participants, those are listening, only 6 participants are connected there. It will be helpful if you connect there. Let me share my screen also. Just a moment. So everyone, please connect there. Ma'am, I think screen sharing rights I'm not having. Vishu ma'am.
Yes,
Vishu
sir.
ma'am.
Just give me 1 minute.
I'm having the right.
Yes, you have.
Just a moment. Let me check. Okay. Okay, so I think my full screen is visible, right?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
All right. So yesterday we talked about a number of things. What is vulnerability? What is patch? And what is a vulnerability management system? How we can find out the vulnerabilities in any of the application or any of the system. Specifically, today's session will be related to the web application, but vulnerabilities can be present anywhere in any of the system. All right. So in vulnerability management, many of the things which were very important, because I told you when we use any tool, today's I will be elaborating. There are many prominent tools are in the market which can help us to find out the vulnerabilities in our system. Or if we try to target like as an attacker, then also we can find out the vulnerabilities in the other system also. Right. So these tools actually they follow the standards, and whatever the vulnerabilities are already available in the public domain, uh, those standards they follow, and then they return the vulnerability according to that. So let's say when we scan the things, it will display the vulnerability and the number of the vulnerabilities that is available in the public domain. So when we use that number, vulnerability ID, we can search and through it, right? So we will take a demonstration also today, right? And I have also shared the link of the previous session. So the session, the slides and the recorded videos are there, and it is open without any deadline of that. So if the participants will join it, the videos, questions and everything is available. For today's session also, I will make it available even for next 1 week or 2 weeks. So everything will be available. I will share handouts and the PPTs and everything related to both of my sessions. Right, so let's begin the today's session. Now today's session is related to the testing web services. or APIs also. Testing like in the same manner, when we try to test, that means we are looking for the vulnerabilities. So let me just minimize it. Okay. So only 10 participants has joined. Let me start at least. Okay. So what is a vulnerability? It is a kind of flaw. It may be because of the developers. It may be because of some configuration. It may be because of like we can exploit the human errors, or there are n number of things which we have discussed in the previous session. So first we cover up the today's session. If time permits, then I will again tell you the clear cut instructions or the guidelines how the vulnerabilities rating will be done, and the parameters and the matrices that we have left yesterday. Okay, so first I will cover the today's the topic of discussion, right? So there are many useful tool when we want to scan the vulnerability in any of the system, whether it is a laptop. If I say website is also running on a machine only, right? So any application that is also running on a machine. So ultimately we are going to target the IP address, right? And then we start scanning that, and then we start finding out the vulnerabilities. So when it comes to use the things, let me use, I have a number of PPTs, just a moment. So, okay. So the very first and important tool in the current scenario is meta exploitable, right? So, okay, right. So I hope my screen is visible. And the very first tool today, which I'm going to elaborate, that meta exploitable 2. No, meta exploitable 2 is a kind of operating system, which is a vulnerable operating system. And if you are working already in the security domain, you must be using in your classes or for lab demonstration. So because most of you, I'm assuming that you are academician, and you are not going to hack others PC, but you are going to train your students, right? So this is a very useful thing, because there are different challenges when you try to attack any machine or any website. There'll be legal issues also, right? So better to target a machine which is set up by yourself and it is vulnerable enough, so it will give you the enough space to explore the things. Okay, so let's look at what is meta exploitable 2 operating system. Now in this we will talk about like what is it, what are the exploitable services, and if you want to set up your lab to perform such kind of exercises, how we can set up. So I'll guide you through these steps, and then we do some exploitation examples also. So what is actually the meta exploitable 2? It is an intentionally vulnerable Ubuntu VM for penetration testing. So penetration testing, like uh, with good intention, not like an attacker. We try to check a system weakness, we try to scan that, we find out the vulnerability, so that we in advance we know that what are the vulnerable things are available in my system, and we can take the corrective measures, so that any attacker will not be able to exploit them, right? Then it includes multiple exploitable services. Already there are flaws left in this system, there are multiple flaws, and it is very much ideal for the educational environment to set up your lab, right? It should be used in isolated non-production environment, because it is a vulnerable kind of operating system. So you cannot use meta exploitable as your main operating system, because you can install it as a operating system, but if you use it, then your machine will be at risk, right? So that is one kind of warning. Now usually when you scan this particular machine or any machine which is running on meta exploitable 2, we usually find out. So I have just listed out most prominent the services those are vulnerable, specifically intentionally left vulnerable in the meta exploitable. So there is a FTP, and we know that FTP runs on port number 21. If we don't know also as a network admin, then also the tool will tell you this service is running on which particular port. Then SSH is enabled on 22. So when we scan the meta exploitable machine, it will give us such kind of message that anonymous login or VSTPD backdoor exploit can be applicable. So there's a backdoor open on this particular port. Okay, on SSH port 22, weak password may be set or vulnerable to brute force. So such kind of messages we will get when we scan a machine which is running on meta exploitable too, right? Then telnet runs on port number 23. Telnet we use to establish the remote connection, right? So default credentials allows easy access, right? So such kind of vulnerabilities are already left in this particular meta exploitable 2 systems, right? SMTP 25 user enumeration vulnerability is there. Then HTTP port 80 web applications like multi-layer and NVWA with multiple web vulnerabilities available. So these are the most prominently available vulnerabilities of any of the meta exploitable machine, right? Until unless we patch them, we deal with them, right? Now, what exactly we need to set up a lab kind of environment. So if anybody can answer, like anybody have already installed the VMware or Kali kind of thing. So guys, do you have already installed or so let me brief you that many of you may not be having. So let's continue. And now the very first requirement is you should have VMware or VirtualBox, right? So VMware I found very comfortable. I use usually. So VMware I have installed. You can install VirtualBox also. That's not a problem. Now when you try to install this VMware, the link I am posting even in your chat window also. So when we open it, it will lead you to this particular website. And this website, now this link, from this link we can download. So where is Zoom? Zoom. Okay, this is Zoom. Minimize. Okay, here it is. Fine. Now show me the meeting. Okay. So this is the very first link. I think this link is okay. It is having. So from this link, if anybody is having good internet speed, you can download. Now download now. You have to click on the download now, and then it will ask you few of the things, and you'll be able to download. Okay. But before downloading, you need to register yourself on the Broadcom. So once you register on Broadcom, I have already registered. My account is there, so I can directly log in. All right. Now, once you create your account on the Broadcom, because now VMware is controlled by the Broadcom, so we are aware about. Once you logged in on this particular Broadcom website, then there is my downloads, right? So in the downloads, you can go, and in the downloads, you can search for what exactly you are looking for. So there are many softwares available on Broadcom website, and we are looking for VMware. So you select the VMware, and then it will give you the free software downloads available here. So when you click on this particular button here, it will list out the free software download options. So these are the freely available softwares, and there is one software listed as VMware Workstation Pro. So once you click on the VMware Workstation Pro, it will give you a number of options. So you can go for either the recent version for the Windows if you are working on Windows, or I have downloaded this one. So Pro 17.0 for Windows. If you are using Linux machine, then you can go for. So these are the recent version 25H2 but the stable version, I would say these are 17.0 for that. So once you click, then you will get, okay, and then you can download. So I hope downloading is the thing which you can, there are many releases, and whatever you want to get it, you can go for. So maybe the very recent one you can go for, and then you can get the machine. Okay, so once you download, this is, I agree to terms and conditions. Just a moment. So after following these many of steps, acha, you have to open the terms and conditions. Before opening, it will not allow you to check box this. Okay. And then once we do that, then it will allow you to get download enabled. Okay. So I hope many of you must have already downloaded it, and these things are. So now this is available as an exe. Okay. And we can download it. So wherever you want to download, you can download your VMware, right? So I'll download in one of my directory, let's say, where I am having sufficient space. So I download it. Now this is not a big file, so it will quickly, you can download within 2-3 minutes, you can download. So those who are downloading, they can get the VMware within 2 to 3 minutes, right? So this is the very first step which you need to follow in order to set up your lab, right? Now once you get the VMware, then you have to download the Kali Linux, because most of the tools are available on Kali. So then the link of this which you need to download is, I'm just pasting in the chat box. So where's the chat box? Okay, here. Right. So this is the second link you have to follow, and you can download the Kali Linux. I hope parallelly everybody is following, right? And in this, what exactly you need to
Pushpendra
download,
sir,
you need to, yes.
Pushpendra sir, in a case if any of the person is not unable to install, can they start working on the onworks.net online Kali interface?
That also.
Okay. I mentioned the link in the chat box.
Right, right. Please mention, ma'am. Please mention. So if anyone is not able to install it, then you can work on online interface also. But actually in online, there may be some issues when we are using. So I prefer the machine on my machine only. Okay, so when you wish to pull this particular, download this Kali, better to go for virtual machines. Nowadays, ready-made virtual machine is available. So just you click on the virtual machine and then you download this particular thing, right? So you download this VMware and directly you can download. I have already downloaded it. So it is just showing, once you click on it, it will start downloading, right? So I hope this is very easy to. Second link you can follow and download it, right, everyone? Now, once you download the Kali, what you need to do is, it will give you a compressed file, okay, because it is a VM. So just you need to extract it, then it will be extracted as a folder or directory, whatever you say is. And in that directory, once you open it, there'll be, you can say there are multiple files, but one file, like it will pull your image and open the things. So let me show you. Let's say if I have downloaded it, uh, where the file is. So I think this much you can do, like how to extract, just right click you need to do, and you can extract that. Okay. And after extracting, you can pull that image um in your VMware, which you have already installed. So remember, first you have to install the VMware, and then you need to download the Kali or Meta exploitable too. Okay, so I think that is not that difficult. Everybody is from computer science background, so you can do it, right? So once you download the Kali Linux, it will be a zipped file, and Vishu ma'am already told you the alternative for that. So you can try online version also. And then you have to download the Metasploitable 2 operating system. So it is available on this link. Okay. So you can follow this link and you can download the Metasploitable 2 operating system. And let me give you that. Okay. So this is your tool. Okay. So everybody can try to download this, all these things. So those who are teaching security related courses, they must be having these tools in their machine. All right. So when you click on this download, I think this website is very popular, SourceForce. So you know that how to download from here. Fine enough. So this is your lab setup actually. And it will take hardly, maybe after download, it will not take more than 15 to 20 minutes to set up and get your machine ready. Right, everybody? Now, once you download these things, again, you need to remember two things. By default, in Kali Linux, the credentials like username is Kali and password is also Kali. So because you are pulling the direct machine, you are not installing your system. Because if you install Kali Linux, you can choose your login name and everything, right? Because we are pulling a virtual machine image. It is already a machine. Users are created. Everything is set up. So the default user is Kali and Linux and the password is also Kali. Same case because this image will give you a VMware image of Metasploitable 2. In this also, there is a user MSF admin is created and the password for this user is also MSF admin. So please remember or note down somewhere in these two machines which you are pulling when you pull inside. So let me show you. Let's say if I open this in my VMware, I have these two. So when I open, let's say, and I'm just powering on my Kali Linux, and I choose this Kali GNU Linux, and the username is Kali, and password is also Kali. Okay. So now my machine is on, and I haven't done much of the things. I have just downloaded it. No installation is required. Nothing is required. So please give me a thumbs up, like everybody is okay with this. And I get the terminal and I can do whatever. Okay. So if I run who am I command, it will tell me I am my username is Kali. Let me just increase the font. Okay. So I'm acting as a Kali user. But if I take the root privileges, then I need to set the password, and I think you know how to set the password. If you don't know, I have already set the password in this machine because I pulled it yesterday only. So now I'm working as a root user, right? If in the machine by default root user password is not set, right? So you need to use sudo passwd command. And after this command, you give your current user password, that is Kali. And after that, it will ask you to set the password for root. So you can set the password for root, right? Because I have already set, so I can directly switch user. And when I don't mention any of the user in switch user, it will by default switch me to root, right? And the password is Kali only, so I set it. Okay. Now if I type who am I, now I am root. Earlier I was acting as Kali. Okay. So if I wish to see how many users are already existing in it, I think those who are familiar with the structure of the Linux, in etc, there is a file available as passwd, and in this file having all the details about the existing users. So if you wish to check it, like these many users are already available. So Kali is one of the users is available. Okay. So if you wish to count the total number of users, you can like you can word count command can be used and line. So there are 57 users are already existing in this Kali machine which I have used as a VM. So everybody is connected, right? Every Linux system is having three types of users. So like the normal user which we create, system users, and the root. Yes. Anyone is saying anything? Hello.
Sorry, sir. Sorry for this disturbance. I just have muted the
Okay.
user.
Okay. So I think those who have installed the Kali is done. After installing the Kali, I am starting the Meta Exploitable 2. So it is also available as a virtual machine only. Once you have downloaded and just you can start it. Okay. So such kind of the prompt you will see. And the default credential I have already told you, MSF admin. Okay. And the password is also MSF admin. Now if I check which user I'm acting as MSF admin only. Okay, so after this, everything is set. My meta exploitable machine is also active and Kali Linux is also active. So whatever the tools I'm going to use for scanning or for exploiting this particular machine, both the things are set. You may use the same tool in Windows also, and we may use the same tool in Linux also, right? So if this is done, that means your left setup is okay. Okay. There are a few more tools I'll tell you, but these are the prominent tools which you must have. Okay. So this Kali will give us the platform to install any other tool. If we are not working in Windows, then this is the best thing, right? So let's move on. So please remember this MSF admin and the Kali as the username and password. Right, everyone? So good to go, right? Now, these things I have already told you. So when you want to register, there are few steps I have demonstrated. So I think need not to emphasize much. Then few important things are there. Now, when we use a VM inside VirtualBox or maybe VMware, so that will be a kind of guest kind of operating system, right? The host machine may be on Windows or Linux, and you are using one virtual machine on this as a. So sometimes what happens, your VM may not have the permission to access the internet, right? So when you try to connect or run the commands on internet, there may be issues. So that's why there are some recommendations I have mentioned here. Use net. Net means network address translation kind of. By default, this machine which I told you, it is doing everything. But if you install your own system, then you have to take care about it, right? So better to follow the link which I have given you, and you need not to do much of the things, right? Now, in that case, if you have configured your own system, then you need to enable this host only adapter for your Meta exploitable 2 and Kali VMs. For both, you have to enable network address translation. So this option allows the VM to access the internet through the host network. Host network means your host machine is connected to a network, right? Maybe a Wi-Fi or any network, and that network your VM will utilize. So the outer world, anybody when try to access or scan or anything, the attacker will not be directly able to contact my VM actually, right? So it is saying connectivity while isolating the VM from the incoming external connections. So whatever the connection will be made outside of the world, it will be with the host machine, not the guest machine, right? So that is a kind of security it provides. Then host only also we need to enable create an isolated network where VM communicates only with the host and each other with no internet access, right? So these two options are important in case you configure your own machine. Okay. Then once we do that, we need to obtain the IP address of your meta exploitable machine because we are going to exploit that, right? So this is my meta exploitable machine. If I run ifconfig, then it will list out and give me the IP address of my machine, MAC address and mask and everything is given here. So the IP address of this machine is 192.168.32.128. So that IP I need to remember to do the experiment further, right? So I have already mentioned this IP here. Now, once I get the IP, and so both attacker, that is your Kali machine, and the target machine, meta exploitable 2, are on the same network. So it is obvious thing if you are running on the same thing. If you are using online, remember, like Vishu ma'am has given you the link. In that case, both the machine may not be in the same network. So some of the attacks or exploit may not work. So it is recommended if you try hands-on, the better idea is to install everything inside your own machine so that you can control it, you can change your configurations, and you can play with your the task which you want to do. Right now, there are commands related to Nmap. So once you have, let's say, uh, your Kali enabled, there is one tool known as network mapper, or you can say Nmap. Now in Nmap, what happens? We try to use the Nmap for n number of things, usually for network mapping, but we can use Nmap to find out the vulnerabilities also. We can use it to scan some of the things, right? So the commonly used command like Nmap, we mention n, then hyphen sv, then hyphen p hyphen, and then target IP. So what it does actually, this minus n actually, it disables the DNS resolution for fast scanning. If we don't set this n, then this nmap, whatever the IP is there, it will generate the DNS query and DNS resolution will be done. And for every time it will take time, right? So if I'm scanning a list of IPs, in that case, it will be time taking process. So better to set this minus n. Then minus SV, probe open ports to determine service or version info. So whatever the services are open and along with their version, so this option will clarify. And this dash p dash means we want to scan all the ports. All the ports means I don't want to scan only the ports. Those are like general ports. I want to scan all the ports, not just the 1000 default port, right? So if we don't use that, then by default 1000 ports will be scanned. Then the purpose identify all the open ports and services running on them along with their versions. That will be done by the nmap. So let's try this and try to understand. So we need to use Kali Linux. On Kali Linux, okay. Now I am acting as a root. So now let me set it like fine enough. So in Kali Linux, if you want to scan a particular machine, and my machine IP address is 192.168.32.128, right? So we can use nmap hyphen n, then hyphen sv, right, for service versions. And if I want to scan all the ports, then I use hyphen p hyphen. Usually we don't go for all the ports, we can mention the specific port only. Let's say if I want to scan 21 or 22, or which I have listed in the previous slide, right? So there are 10, 15 ports usually, they are open. But better to scan all. thorough scanning, and then the IP address 192.168.32.128, right? Now it will take some time because I am scanning all the ports. So now we have to wait for maybe 1, 2, 3 minutes, and then it will give the result. Okay. So let's wait for the result. And it will display. Then we try to understand what is the outputs. Okay, so I'm just coming within 1 minute till the result will be available. Okay. Okay, still the result is not there. So once this scanning will be done, all the ports. Okay, don't worry. I have already prepared what result we will get. So rather than waiting, we can jump on, and I have already generated the file for that. So nmap. So there is, I have created that. Just a moment. Yes. So I have created the output file. Let me download it for this machine only on which I am working, meta exploitable, which is having IP address 192.168.32.128. So let me save it. So this is actually giving me the report, which I am going to get after maybe 5 minutes. Okay. So what is actually in this report will be available. The report will give us, it will specify like scan report, it will mention which IP address you have scanned, the target IP address, and for how many seconds or milliseconds the system is up, and then what many ports are closed, what is open, and the open ports are, it will mention the open ports, those are open. So let's say it is saying 21 is open. I have highlighted wherever the prominent vulnerabilities are there, I have highlighted those text in red only. Okay. So 21 is open. It is saying open. 22 is also open. 23 open. 25 is also open. 53 open. So all these ports are open only, right? And on this port, FTP is running. In this 22, SSH is running. 23, Telnet is running. These services are very, very important because when we try to exploit any vulnerabilities, in case we are able to find out there is some vulnerabilities available, these services will help us to find out the exploit in Metaexploit, right? So that is very important to know that. And let's say in this report we got that VSTPD 2.3.4. So there is a vulnerability. This port is available and this VSTPD vulnerability is found. ETP service vulnerable, VSTPD version allowing potential backdoor access. So I think we know that what is the backdoor, right? Means unauthorized back entry is possible. We can get the access of shell. So that is possible, and it is like a great opportunity for the attacker to exploit this kind of vulnerabilities, right? Similarly, in SSH, there are different vulnerabilities. So in Open SSH, the version 7, 4.7 P1, Debian, Ubuntu, Secure Shell for remote login is available. Older version with potential weakness. So it does not have the updated version it is highlighting, and it is older version. So when any of the company, I told you in the previous or yesterday's session that patches, they release the patches, the companies, they once the vulnerabilities has been found, there is a vulnerability management team, or you can say program. They work hard and create the patches, generate the patches, and then release the new version, right? As we have talked about JS4 kind of vulnerability yesterday. So such kind of things, if we are still using the older one, then there's a problem. Such kind of vulnerabilities may exist and attacker can get benefit out of it. Now here Linux telnet D service is running on 23, then a number of things are mentioned here, right? Then it is saying on the port 80, Apache HTTPD version 2.2.8, Ubuntu Dev 2 web server hosting service is available, vulnerable to web application exploit. So if anybody is trying to exploit like web application, that service is also running on port 80 and it is vulnerable, can be exploited, right? So I think now we must have got the report. Yes, now the report is available. So this is the scanning report generated by your Nmap. Okay. So this is the report which I am elaborating there, and it is mentioning this what is actually there. Okay. Now once these open ports are available, like we get this particular report, right? Then we know that what exactly we are trying to attack and how to attack. We need to use the tool to attack it, right? Fine enough. So in this report also, it will mention the MAC address of the machine. So in my case, it is mentioning VMware. So this MAC address is of VMware, but my virtual machine. So these scanning tools highlight everything. Attacker can get to know that whether it is running on my as a host or a guest operating system, right? So it is running on VM. Fine enough. So let's come back. So this Nmap can scan the things and return the result like this. Now there is some script, so we can set some of the script and we find out the scan. So there are other options also. Now let like enable the OS detection, version detection, script scanning, and trace route also. Right? Trace route is also available as a command in Linux, so that also we can separately use. But Nmap is integrated. Like if we set the script and vuln option in this particular keyword, then scan for the common vulnerabilities using NSE scripts. So there are some scripts already available in the systems, then start using the scripts, okay, and it will fetch from the database, right, and run it. The caution is aggressive scan may trigger intrusion detection system. So if you multiple times keep on running, like we are going to exploit our own system, that is fine enough. But if you are trying on any web server, maybe Google or maybe LPU website or any university website, then they may start detecting the things as intrusion, right? So we need not to scan multiple times. We must be sure enough what exactly we are trying to find out. And in a one or two scan, we need to hit the target, right? There are different things. So if there is port 21, I will demonstrate. So how we will deal it. Let's continue with the today's session, which where you have already logged in. So let's jump onto that. Where is that? Okay. So I think that is here. So I hope lab setup is done for everybody. And yes. So useful tool, I have elaborated the very first useful tool. Let's go through it. That is, so what exactly I have mentioned here as heroes. Hacking heroes, like hacking generally it is used as a negative terms, right? So, but heroes are like they do the hacking to protect the system, like pen testers, right? Like ethical hackers, they are the heroes. So they do the experiment to protect some systems, but not the harm others, right? Now this video audio is clear to everyone.
Yes, sir.
It is audible, right? Okay. These versions are very important. If we get to know that this tool also suggests that these, if any of the versions are outdated, then it is like an opportunity for you as an attacker. So please remember this thing which I have put in this particular video, that exploit is one of the directories available in the meta exploit, right? In this, there are many types of exploits available related to different vulnerabilities, or you can say the services. So related to the FTP, it is available, and when we want to exploit the backdoor kind of vulnerability which was scanned in the report, we find out, then we have to use it, right? Another thing is, let's say you find out there's a backdoor, right? Backdoor means you can establish a connection. But when we want to establish a connection on a remote machine, we need to have maybe ID password, or we need to crack some of the things. We need key. And in case we don't have any clue, then there are whole lot of keys are available, or you can say the possible, right? So we can go for the brute force kind of attack. But if the password is not of 1, 2, 3, 4 digits kind of a small password, then it will take large amount of time, right? So the manual process will be very lengthy in that case. Hydra is one of the tool, which is also I will demonstrate in today's session. It is we used to apply such kind of attacks, like the brute force kind of attack, or you can say the dictionary kind of attack, right? So rather than brute force, the dictionary attack is like very useful, but we need to provide some list of keys, you can say, or some list of user names. So based on that, that Hydra will try like this. In the right side image, it is saying like it is a huge giant kind of animal and it is trying. It is having multiple hands, maybe, or mouths, and the keys are trying. So it will be parallelly doing the things and it will be faster. And within 1 or 2 minutes, we will find out the key. And the backdoor which is opened on some remote machine, we can use that uh, administrator name, or you can say username and password, which Hydra can give you, right? Backdoor is, let's say the system administrator is not aware about there is a backdoor. Okay. Front door means every system is having a shell. Every system is having its own IP address. So if I ping that IP address, I'm legally allowed that, not a problem. So if I, let's say, establish the, let's say, telnet kind of connection, I just use telnet and the IP address of that machine which I am targeting. And it is allowed. It is the front door. But after telnet, it will ask me the username and password. And that username and password, that Hydra kind of software can give me by applying brute force. So backdoor is something else, and the front door, like you cracked the username and password with the help of tools, right? Mm. All right, so I think the idea is clear. What exactly the difference between an ethical hacker or malicious one? It depends upon the intention only. But the tools, both are using similar kind of tools only. Right? So let's attempt one question on this particular discussion which we have till now. Now everyone can attempt it within 45 seconds. So I hope, okay, two have responded. Only 22 are connected. In this session, only 22 participants are there. So I got only two responses out of 22 connected participants. Default login credential for the meta exploitable 2. Only three responses. And all three were varying actually. So there is only one correct answer. Charvi ma'am has given the right answer, right? Now, what is exactly that? It was MSF admin, right? So there is only one correct answer. I hope many of the people are in offices and they are not listening, maybe. Okay, let's attempt the another. Okay, so let's attempt it. Sound is not required. Which metasploit module is used in the walkthrough to specifically exploit the backdoor in the VSTPD, right? So I think I have demonstrated in that video which we are going to use it, right? So you can pick it up, which exploit we are going to apply in case there is a backdoor available and there's a vulnerability like in VSFTPD vulnerability is available as backdoor entry, right? Okay. So again, the Charvi ma'am and Dr. Arti has given me the right answer. And there is only this, the very first exploit Unix FTP, VSFTP. So this is the path actually available in uh, the Kali Linux. Okay. Then let's solve one more question. Okay, that's now let's discuss about the Nmap. So what is exactly the Nmap? I have shown you, but let's look at some of the few details about the Nmap. Now we have already done the vulnerability scan, but we haven't mentioned this script actually. Okay. So we can also set that option by setting hyphen hyphen script and is equal to one. So it is a sort abbreviation of the vulnerability kind of thing, right? And then the target machine IP address, which is the IP of my machine. Actually, I have mentioned in this. Okay, so those who are listening, they can please note down this particular command, right? So we will try in our machine. Okay, so let's say this we run in this in nmap here in Kali. The same machine, same command we can run here. So what we can run nmap, and before that we can exactly use the nmap sv and then this script, right? So rather than scanning the port only, we mention here. Okay. Now, if we run it, it will start scanning the things, right? So this is my target IP. And then it's working. Till then we can listen, right? Okay. So with this script is equal to VULN option, what exactly we are trying to do is we are not just scanning the ports, we are looking for the vulnerabilities, right? So this is the capability of nmap to scan the vulnerability. So it can act as a vulnerability scanner also. That is the point here, right? Instead of using VULN, we are using vulners. So this actually keyword, when we are using VULN, it is scanning the things once. Let's say I'm running it now and it is not doing it live, right? So every time it is not going to do it, it is just one time kind of task it is doing and generating a report. If we want to scan and get the live outcomes, live outputs from a live running services, then we have to use it, right? So I talked about some vulnerability databases. Those are like keep updating. In yesterday, we find out that in the report in published in 2022, they mentioned that somewhere around on an average, minimum seven vulnerabilities every day has been reported. Minimum. The estimated number is more than 15 to 20. Every day's new vulnerabilities are getting added in these vulnerability databases. So let's say if you are using this VULN option, if we are using it, it is using some old kind of a static kind of database. It is not going to be updated. So let's say I am referring today's database, right? In the morning, I pulled one image of the database which is available publicly, and my scanner is trying to check based on the available data in the public vulnerability database. But as the data or the reports are saying, every day new vulnerabilities are coming. So if I want to check based on the live databases, then we have to set this particular options, vulners, right? That is also like yesterday we didn't get time to understand this in detail. I have shown you the website of CVSS score. There are multiple versions, and these scoring systems are also keep on updating continuously. So like, so if we check CVSS, let's say version V 3.1 maybe, then we will find out that there are different NIST, they maintain that, and there is calculator also. So if you find out that the very first link is here, calculator, right? So based on, like, if you are scanning your applications and you are finding out some of the weaknesses, some of the options available. So let it be open. It will give us the calculator choice also. So we can pick up n number of options, like now it is visible, and we can set up the things. So there are different matrices in this in order to find out whether vulnerability, how severe the vulnerability is. So let's say if there is a vulnerability which is, let's say, opening a backdoor. So attacker can get the remote access, right? So based on the parameters or the nature of the vulnerability, we need to pick up. So let's say base matrix, we fill up the things, let's say network. Now the system, the every clarity is given here, like the vulnerable system is bound to the network stack, and the set of the possible attackers extend beyond. So everything is what is actually the options available here. So whether the attack vendor AV, like it is adjacent to it, or local or physical or on network. So let's say that vulnerability can be exploited on network, then you tick this particular thing. If it is only local user can exploit that, then you select the local. If the system need to be physically accessed, then only that vulnerability can be exploited, then we select the physical, right? So attack complexity, whether it is low or high, what type of attack is there, we select it. So based on the vulnerability nature, every parameter we will select. Let's say attack requirement, so if it is present or none, whether any attack requirement is there. If there is no requirement, then we select it. Privileges required or not, that means you have to or attacker need to get the root privileges or not in order to perform that particular attack. If yes, then high privileges is required, otherwise low or no privileges required to exploit that particular vulnerability. Or user interaction is required, maybe active or passively, or none, interaction is not required with the machine or with the target machine, or passive interaction is required, not active interaction, right? Based on that, the system will calculate and it will generate the number, right? Similarly, different matrices we need to fill out. Impact matrix is also there. So base matrix, impact matrix, subsequent system impact matrix, and then there are some supplement matrix also. So once these values those are given here, we will set according to the nature of the detected vulnerabilities, then this kind of matrix will generate the number 0 to 10 as I have mentioned yesterday, right? So this is a complete system which is given, right? Although 4.0 is not that mature, 3.1 calculator is good enough and we can utilize it. So I have used it to find out, and it is working fine because 4.0 is the recent one. So if you select it, it will give you the the result here. So if you calculate based on the scanned vulnerability, if we say it is giving the severeness like 6.5 medium. If you change like, it will change it. So if confidentiality is compromised, then it is saying high risk is there. Okay, if integrity is compromised, then it is saying like, so all these terms I need not to elaborate them. What is the confidentiality and what is the integrity, right? Integrity means like the message may be modified because of that vulnerability. Data may be changed because of that vulnerability. So integrity may not be maintained. Confidentiality, like you are sending some encrypted data and that may not be confidential. So some unauthentic user can also access that, right? So I hope uh, this website also I'm giving you, if you are interested in, then you can check it, right? So just a moment. Okay, right. So let's get back to our discussion point. So this will generate a final document also. If you need a XML file, then you can give that option, right? All right. So after this nmap actually do not consider as the network mapper only. It is having a broad applicability. So this in this video, I try to clarify that particular thing only, right? Now let's attempt few questions on this. Now, okay. Now there is one more important tool, that is MS MSF console, right? So let's try. And in most of the cases, when you try to enter or do the pen testing or any kind of attacking, then you are going to use meta exploit framework, right? So that is MSF, meta exploit framework console. We will use, I will demonstrate practically also. So this is a very useful things, and pay attention to the options because I'm going to use in the practical demonstration. So when we try to use MSF console, first we need to enable the MSF DB and then we need to start it. By default in this virtual machine it will be open, but in some of the cases it may not be. So you have to these two commands before using the MSF console. That is the fine, right? Let me move on because we have less time. Now when we try to attack, what exactly we do it? We try to scan it, then we get some of the flaws, and then we can use this MSF console to exploit it. So we can send some of the exploits, and whatever the host we want to attack by using MSF console, we need to set a variable that is our host variable and there is our port variable. So there are two variables, our host and our port. These are environment variables used by MSF console, right? So we need to set these variable by using command set space our host space the IP address, right? If you want to set the port, by default the port is will always be set there. Okay. So once it will be done, once you set the host, then the target is set, and then you can shoot your bullet. Like you can send your exploit. Okay. Now, how once the system will be exploited, what exactly you are going to get in? So it depends upon the vulnerability, what we are going to exploit it. We may get the terminal. So if we get the terminal, we can do everything. We may get the like the administrative privileges. So we can do a number of things, right? We can break or we can create anything, we can delete anything, and we need to maintain everything after the exploitation. We need to have maintained the report system information and everything will be available there, right? So let's see it. I think the my time is still okay. So let's move on just again. Okay, so just a moment. I'll just take 5 more minutes or 10 more minutes just to demonstrate. Okay, let's jump on to the Kali. Now scanning is finally done, so that is fine. Now my meta exploitable machine is running. Okay, so this is also fine. It is working. Now in MSF console, if we want to use, so you can use just a moment. You just run MSF console. Then it will run. Okay, so if you want a detailed document, I have prepared the document also. Let me share with you. So related to the MSF console, the document is ready, right? So in MSF console, there are n number of things, n number of commands are supported and that you can use it. So when we are going to exploit anything, let's say if we want to get any help, then you can type the command help, right? So help command will display you all sort of options which you can get there, right? So what are the things are available? The R host list or the range of the addresses will be there. Then let's say you want to search any term. So let's say you got to know that there is a VSFTPD vulnerability available and you are trying to exploit it. Then better to search this VSFTPD term. So search and then VSFTPD you can use, right? So you can search. Now once you search, it will tell you whether it is vulnerable or not. It is existing there. Okay. So it is saying it is VSFTPD 232. This is the version number which is it is saying normal and it is saying like excellent, right? Now it is mentioning here there's a backdoor available. So we can exploit it, right? Now in order to exploit, when you want to use some module, then we have to exploit we need to apply some exploit which is available on one particular path, let's say exploit. So you can use the use command, right? So when we use the use command, like you can see the options here, right? And then you type the complete path, that exploit, but that we need to have the awareness for which type of vulnerability, which exploit we are going to use, right? And that 234, if it is 232, then we will use 232, right? If it is 234, then we will use that particular thing. So it depends upon. And this MSF console, actually it use normal, it doesn't use the bash prompt, right? So it does not maintain. It is saying it is failed to load. Just a moment. So you need to check whether it is available. The vulnerability which we are getting, it is 234 only, right? So actually before starting this MSF console, we need to go into the root directory and then wherever the exploit is available, because this exploit is not available in my present working directory. That's why it is not going to load it. So the guys, we need not to do much thing. Uh, when you run this particularly, like the exploit, when you run, you have to set, there's this command which I'm mentioning here. So you need to set then one particular option, let's say our host you are going to set. So you need to set that particular option if it is not already there. And once that option will be set, then only your exploit will be loaded and work, right? So it is, let's say 168.32.128. Okay. Now let's, if you try again. So if you use the exploit Unix,
Sir, I guess it's VSFTPD.
okay, fine. That's why it was not loading earlier, right? Then backdoor. It is Unix. No payload configured, default for CMD. Okay, now it is working. So if I use, let's say, who am I? It is giving me root, right? So I get the access actually of that machine. Okay. So now I was able to connect as a root to that particular machine. Okay, now I'm acting as the root. Fine. So if I check my machine here, actually this has been exploited by that. My machine is here. Okay. And in my machine, let's say if I check ls, there is only one variable pwd, let's say. And if I check ls root, there's nothing else. Let's say I remove everything here, rm abc.txt. Okay. Now there's no such file. Now if I create something from my this console which I get here in my machine, where is that? This machine. So if I create, let's say touch, and if I create, let's say sample or virus.txt file. Okay. Now it has been created. Fine. Now let's try there whether it has been available there or not. Okay. Right. Wait. Vishu ma'am? Hello.
Yes, sir.
How much time I can get?
So you
I think.
can continue the next 5 to 7 minutes, and then we will start the next.
Okay.
You
Okay.
can
Okay.
continue,
Okay.
sir. We are
Deep.
enjoying your session. You can continue.
Okay. So I hope the idea is clear, guys, how we can use it. Okay. Vishu ma'am, have you tried the exploits? I think Deepak sir must have done. Deepak sir,
Yes,
could
sir.
you
Yes,
help me
sir.
please in this?
What you are saying, sir?
I am trying to exploit the VSTPD, the vulnerabilities. So I get the entry, but the exploit is not getting loaded in
I guess
in
there
this.
is a need to select the options.
Okay.
Options must be displayed first, and then the specific option should be selected.
So you have to select multiple options later once you enter that console.
Okay. I am already inside the console, sir.
But you're not getting that one, huh? So which
It is
exploit you're
not
looking
getting
for?
loaded. Backdoor entry, I got that entry. I have exploited. Actually, I am acting as that particular thing. So on this meta exploit machine, I got the entry. So if I am trying to delete something or create something from this terminal, actually it is not reflecting. Okay. So I hope the guys enough time I have taken. Okay. But this exploit is not working in the way I was trying to demonstrate. So my time is over. I hope the session must be informative for you guys. Okay.
Thank you so much,
Fine.
Pushpendra sir.
Thank you,
So
ma'am.
for
Thank you
delivering
so
this
very much.
entire clear explanation on many of the practical aspects and hands-on the security consideration. So thank you once
Thank
again,
you.
Okay.
Thank you,
all of
sir.
you
Thank you, Pratik sir.
participants.
थैंक यू जी थैंक यू फॉर योर टाइम हाँ 2 दिन आपको परेशान किया हमने
No issue, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
हाँ
So just give me 1 minute. I'm going to record the session.
Okay. Okay.
दीपक सर भी है
हाँ नमस्कार सर नमस्कार
नमस्कार जी एक मिनट
Now I'm going
विशु
to
मैं वो
attack
कैमरा
Deepak
बंद
sir
करवा लूँ
machine.
Yes, sir. All the participants, please
हाँ
switch on the camera. It's my request for all the participants. Please switch on your camera. It's recorded, sir.
फाइन
Thank you so much, Pushpendra sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so very much, everyone.
हाँ थैंक यू
Yes, all the participants. The attendance and feedback form is already shared in the chat box. Please check it once and fill it up. In next 2 minutes, we will start our next session. Link is shared once again. I hope all of the participants must have filled the feedback and attendance. So now we are going to proceed with our next session, session number 12 of day 6. So yesterday we already had a session with Dr. Deepak Prashar, who has delivered a very informative session on security misconfiguration and exposure. So he has explained how simple configuration gaps can escalate into serious security risk. So, to proceed with the same, today we are delighted to have him with us again to take us into a more advanced and critical area of the cybersecurity, advanced exploitation techniques. So, I'm going to invite Dr. Deepak Prashar along with my team of the ATAL FTP Academy, as well as from the faculty members and the participants from the various institutions. I invite Dr. Deepak Prashar to begin with the session. Sir, you are provided the rights and
Thank
session is
you,
yours
thank
now.
you, thank you, Vishu ma'am. Thank you, everyone. So I hope that some of you were present in my last session also, that I delivered in the last evening also. So that session was totally on the security misconfigurations. And in that session, I discussed about the major security vulnerabilities, right, or the misconfigurations, which we normally not know. And that leads to the passage for the attackers to do some exploit or to compromise the system, resources, applications also. So yesterday I discussed about a lot of things about the security misconfiguration. I talk about IAM configuration, identity access management. I remember we talk about this database misconfigurations, the misconfiguration related to cloud, IaaS and PaaS configurations. We talk about the misconfigurations even related to your CI/CD, that is continuous integration, continuous development or delivery, which is not being normally being used in DevOps and most of the applications where we talk about also Kubernetes and Dockers. A lot of challenges still there in each aspect what we talk about. So today topic is somehow different, but it could be related to the last topic also, what we have discussed last day. And even Pushpendra sir has talked about the API testing and the vulnerabilities. I have seen that he has told you about some of the various very important aspects, like about the tool demonstration on Nmap also and Metasploit. So these kind of tools are also being inbuilt in Kali also, which can be utilized for doing some exploit and doing some exploit on the vulnerability. Okay, open vulnerabilities, I would say. But apart from that, there are other tools also which could be utilized. It could be a WASP, ZAP also. It could be your Burp Suite also, which could utilize and which can be utilized for doing some other kind of task, even apart from Nmapper, which is used to find the host, machine, network, and open ports in a network also. So my today presentation would be majorly concentrate on advanced exploitation technique. Now, you will understand that most of the challenges are being there because of the very basic concepts what we learned in our computer science concepts. Maybe it is memory management, maybe it is the data structure we are normally using for the storage of the data. And these are the things which are being used or being compromised by the attackers to invade or to exploit or to execute a lot of attacks in the on the attack surface. But because once you give a more attack surface, once you give more area, a more leverage to the attackers to work upon, to play with your system, with your applications, you make your system, your application at risk. So you have to reduce the attack surface. You have to reduce the possibilities that could be gained by the attacker or by a hacker to do the exploit or do the compromise. So let me share my presentation and then we're going to start. Uh, okay. So, Vishu ma'am, my presentation is visible to you?
Yes, sir, it is visible now.
Now you can see my presentation also.
Yes,
Is
it is in
okay?
a full screen mode. Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. So when we talk about this advanced exploitation technique, my concern was simply how we can going to set in this space. We talk about the advanced exploitation technique. We're going to cover these a lot of exploitation techniques, which could be some exploitation techniques which you might not aware, which you might need, which you might going to listen for the first time also. But there are a lot of exploitation techniques which are being used in the current scenario. And the attacks are not only limited to zero-day attacks or advanced persistent threats, which are not, I would say, very easy to find out by someone that my system is at risk or I am at the under the attack of APT and a zero-day exploit or zero-day vulnerabilities also. But apart from that, there are other exploits also which are more more, I would say, uh, difficult to find out, difficult to being tracked, okay, because they are using the normal functionality of the systems. So when I talk about the advanced exploitation techniques, so basically what happened in the advanced exploitation techniques, basically the attackers are leveraging the complex vulnerabilities. They are bypassing the modern security controls. Like even though we have the modern security controls, we are using ASLR, which is basically address space layout randomization. I will let you know later on what is ASLR, or we are using DEP also, which is a data execution prevention. By default, these are the two security features which are normally used in the applications also. I'm talking about the web applications also. That is ASLR and DEP. But what happened? The attackers are compromising. They are bypassing these security features to exploit or to execute some attacks. So what happened in case of simple term? Let me tell you what is address space layout randomization, or ASLR. Basically, what happened? You store the data. And when you store the data storage will be done in the form of data structure. And there are different types of sections, maybe a data section, it could be a stack section, it could be a heap section. Huh? So basically what happened, a tracker tried to do some exploit on one of the data section or on one of the section of the data control. So what happened? They tried to put some shell code or to put some exploit on that particular section. And once the data is going to execute it, that code is also going to be executed at the backend. So this is the thing what attacker wants to do. So what happened in case of bypassing this ASLR? They want to do something like once they want to basically they want to apply some attack on a particular section of that data section. Okay, maybe a heap section or a data section or a stack section. So how we can avoid this particular attack? The one and the foremost thing is that we want that the attacker should never be able to locate the location. He should never be able to locate or to find the location where this attack can be compromised. Okay, so this is very important thing which we need to understand, that how we can avoid this address space layout randomization to be bypassed by the attacker. The second thing which is very important is data execution prevention. And the base of data execution prevention is the memory, that how the data is stored in the memory. Okay, so how we can store the data in the memory, it is also need to understand that if the attacker is able to access some part of the memory, then definitely they want to exploit some attacks or do to execute some attacks in that part of the memory. So basically DEP and ASLR, they are the normal two basic, I would say, security control or the modern security control which are normally used to secure or to avoid from advanced exploitation techniques. But normally what happens? The attackers are using these functionalities, these security measures to overcome those flaws. Now let's take a simple example. We talk about one of the best example I used to quote is about deepfakes. We already know about deepfake, how the deepfake has been generated. You can create any such video, audio. It is not related with this topic, but it's very important needed to understand that what the attackers are doing. They are creating the fake images, video, audios, and a lot of things which they can create. And we have seen a lot of videos, a lot of images has been generated by using so many tools also, on which you can easily rely that these are authenticated one. But what the attackers are doing, they are using the technology of what? This one, the concept which is the base of deepfakes also. So they are using that concept of generating those deepfakes using the concept of generative AI and bypassing the systems also. So same is the case in case of your exploitation techniques. So when we talk about this exploitation, how these exploitation would be done? The one important thing how we can mitigate these exploitation is that we need to ensure that the modern exploits are not able to bypass your operating system. Whatever the defense or the operating system is working, if able to they bypass the security or the defense of the operating system, definitely they're going to compromise your resources, your applications. And one of the common method which we're going to talk later on would be ROP, return oriented programming. Some of you might be knowing this term before, maybe or not, may not be, but this is one of the very important or very common method which is used by the attacker to compromise, that is ROP, to bypass the DEP or ASLR security features. Now, another thing which they are using, attacker also using some vulnerabilities to achieve other compromising, like They want to see that where the memory leak is there, where they want to understand where the memory corruption is there, so that they can execute and they can try to use that memory location to do some exploit also. So the one and the important thing which need to be understand, that exploits can be used. The attackers can execute some exploit. They are using some tools, or they are not using the tools. They are using some scripts or some other ways also. But the major thing is that they want to intervene the basic functionality of your applications. Maybe your basic functionality of memory storage, basic functionality of data storage, basic functionality of your operating system working. So first thing we need to understand, that once we talk about any web applications, like you might be knowing about OSA model, which is the base of networking, or we talk about the devices, networking device based on TCP IP or network, these models. But when we talk about the web applications, there are different layers. There is outer layers which you can interact. There is a middle layer, and the last layer is basically your database, where the data is being stored. You can talk about any applications, sometimes using mean or MERN stack. You using React, you using Node.js, which is the other middleware. Okay. But again, first and the foremost thing is that we must know about the boundaries. We must know about the layers. What are the layers which are working? What is the topmost layer? Which is the outer layer? What is the inner layer? And what kind of security controls and the checks we are putting on those layers? So, in order to understand the latest web exploitation patterns, understanding those adversaries, the latest attacks, the latest assault, the latest exploit is very, very important. So the focus should be on understanding of the advanced pattern. It means what kind of exploitation techniques, the methods which are used by the attackers nowadays to bypass. Okay, they are not using basically like script kidding or basic making some simple codes to play with. Now the attackers are using like ROP. They are using some other techniques which I'm going to tell you later on, which would be utilized by the attacker to compromise or to bypass the system. They are using GOP also, like jump oriented programming, or some other methods also. How to overcome this concept of oops also. We know the concept of oop, but the attackers are using that concept of functions also, because we always used to return some value, okay, at the end of the function declaration. So how the attacker is using bypassing, using that function return value or returning the function, all kind of these stuffs also to invade some attacks. So the patterns has changed. The way of executing the attacks by the attackers has changed. So now it is not only the one layer security we need to implement. We need the security. We need to see what kind of exploits which could be done at each layer, at each level, whether it could be hardware, it could be software, it could be application, whatever it be. So we need to understand that how these attacks and is being basically being overcome, or how they are being executed by the attackers. Now, when we talk about these layer boundaries, so we need to understand that layer boundaries is one of the best, I would say, defensive, or the beginning part, which everyone will need to understand. Okay, like let's take one simple example. Like, you know about the ICMP messages, Internet Control Message Protocol, hai na? Which you might be knowing that how it works to tell you what is the cause of the error. Okay, which primarily give you some number, ICMP, because each number would signify some kind of error or message to the user. So basically what the attackers are using, they are crafting ICMP messages, fake ICMP messages, to affect the basic functionality of TCP/UD functionalities protocols. So they are not doing anything different. They are using the same thing in a different manner. Like we talk about the contracts also. We know, let's take a simple example of smart contracts, which are used in case of blockchain. But if the contracts had not been defined properly, if the constraints are not been defined properly in case of smart contracts while creating the smart contracts, so they can be exploited. The attacker can exploit, and they can be make the contracts as per their requirement, sometimes using outdated contracts. So there could be a challenge with that also. Again, is with the case of flow also, like how the data is moved from one end to another end, how the data is moving from the outer layer to lower layer. So the flow of data is also being intervened by the attacker. How the movement of the data, how the controls are executing, how the information is flowing from one part to another part between the layers and the component. So attackers always try to find out, to seek, to divert, or to interrupt to the flow, the normal flow of the information. And one of the example we talk about is DOS, denial of service attack. So anything could be done, like any applications where large amount of volume which can be generated to affect the normal operations could lead to just like a DOS attack. So basically, we need to understand that what are the layer boundaries, what are the contracts, and what is the flow of passage, how the data is flowing from one end to another end in application. Then only you can able to devise some ways by which you can avoid those exploit to a larger extent. Otherwise, it will be difficult to avoid your exploit. Now, another thing which is very important in terms of exploitation would be the profiling. Okay, there are a lot of adversaries. Adversary could not be only one kind of adversary. There are a lot of adversaries. So what could be the P request, or what are the requirements to understand the sophisticated attacks? These are not the attacks which are very simple to understand, just like a malware or a you can say different types of malware, Trojan horse, backdoor, ransomware. They have different functionality, different way of operations. But the sophisticated attacks or the high-end attacks or the latest attacks has been driven in a different way. So first of all, need to understand the advisory. What is the adversary? What are the different types of attacks, and how we need to bifurcate those attacks. We need to do the profiling, that this is a category of this attack, this is another category of attack, and this is the way, and this is the mode of operation which is used by those attacks. So first, and this the foremost thing is that we need to do the profiling of those attacks. We need to do the segregation, that this is the type of attack. It could be your advanced persistent threat, which I talk about. It could be your state sponsored attacks. Like, we talk about a very simple example, India. And during that particular uh, event which has happened, the Operation Sindhur also, there were so many instructions which were given by the government of India to everyone, that they should not see that there are a lot of attacks has been escalated from the other country on our side. So try to avoid those things. Do not click on any suspicious link or any such information or any such spam links which is coming from their side. So basically, sometimes these can be considered as state-sponsored attacks. Basically, when there is someone, I would say not an ethical hacker, but maybe a black hat hacker or other hackers who are trying to execute some attacks on other nations also. And every nation is doing such kind of things. It's not the new thing for in the field of cybersecurity. So the profiling has to be done based on the type of attack, based on the level of the attack, based on the modus operation of the attack. So one thing which you need to understand, that adversary profile is very important to understand the threat actors. What are the potential actors are there, and what are their goals? What are their motivation? Because a normal person like me, my motivation would be totally different, to get a fame by doing some hacking stuff. But for someone who is someone is working in some organizations, or someone is working in RAW or some other major organization, they have different requirements. They have a different profiles. They have different requirements. So basically, we need to understand very important thing, that is called tactics, techniques, and procedure. That is called TTP, which is a baseline for profiling, doing the adversary profiling. And this is very important, because there could be a zero-day exploit, there could be other exploit which I told you, and these exploit are basically used to bypass the security measures. So basically, adversary profiles are very important, so that we should understand the potential attackers, their capabilities, what they can do, what devastation they can do, and moreover, what threat they can pose to our network, to our resources. So understanding the threat profile is very important for the organizations, even to safeguard their resources against those threat actors or those attackers, I would say, because my term I'm using is threat actor. So whenever we talk about these things, another thing which we need to understand, that what are the modern memory corruptions or web application context, like what are the ways which are being used nowadays to do some exploitation. So there could be another ways, like we talk about in my last class, last session also, I used to discuss about RCE, that is also remote code execution, or we're using some other ways also, and to invade or to execute those kind of attacks. But again, one thing which is very important is that uh, what kind of ways basically which are being used. So modern memory corruptions, because I start this presentation only with the concept of that ASLR and DEP also. So basically what happened in the modern, when we talk about in the current context in terms of web applications, so basically there are two things which I told you, that is ASLR and DEP, and they are the security measures which are used. But what happened? The vulnerabilities, when the attackers are using these things to bypass, they are bypassing these things to do some exploit through them. That also leads to more devastating effects. Okay, so what kind of common types and attacks which are being used and which could lead to these exploits? So one and the foremost thing is called the buffer overflow. You might be heard of buffer overflow. Okay, and if you are not knowing what is buffer overflow, so basically how I can define a buffer overflow. So when a program writes more data to buffer than it can hold, if the capacity of the buffer or the data storage is less, but we try to forcefully write more data, so it can't hold. Okay, so overwriting would be another thing, and when we call a buffer overflow. So this can be exploited by the attacker or by by the state actors or anyone to mismanage the flow of control of the data. Okay, and there are a lot of attacks, lot of buffer overflow attacks has been there. Another thing which could be there, how this memory management is being used in the web applications to as a I would say as a carrier to do some attacks would be like integer variables assignment. Means we assign some value to an integer, okay, but we assign some value which is very large, okay, and when you assign a value which is out of the box, which is out of the scope, which is out of the range of a particular integer or any variable, that will lead to unexpected I would say a value, or it could be lead to unexpected output. So these kind of programming tricks which are being utilized by the attacker to do some kind of attacks, maybe buffer overflow or integer overflow, what I talk about. So these are the things which are being used. Again, let's take a simple example of denial of service. What it is simply again one kind of memory management, memory issue, that we don't have the enough memory to process our request, the legitimate request. And how it could be done? That to use all the memory. Basically, attackers, what they want that no memory should be available for any process to execute. So this also leads to what a denial of service attack, what we normally call in cybersecurity. But again, at the base, it is basically what? A memory exhaustion. The memory has been totally exhausted. So there are a lot of modern mitigation techniques or the defense mechanisms which could be utilized to safeguard these memory corrupt or memory corruption so that which cannot be used by the attackers to do some attacks. So what I would say, it is okay that we talk about ASLR or DP, or we talk about control flow guards or control flow integrity, that how the flow of control is being maintained. But what thing which I would say that which could be utilized in the current scenario, if you want to do memory safe, you want here the memory to be safe, or whenever the web applications you are creating, that should be better one. There should be a less, I would say, a scope or less attack surface for the attacker to compromise. You must go with some languages like Rust and Go. You might have heard of these languages, Rust and Go, but they have those inbuilt features, safety features. They have the strict compile time rules and other rules which prevent the memory corruptions issues. Okay. And second thing, what we talk about is the stack canaries, which is mentioned over there. So basically, what is stack canary? Whilst we defining the stack area or the stack values, so some random values are placed on a stack. So that why? So that we can find out any attempts which are being made by anyone attacker or some intruder or some third party. Okay, because definitely we will get some return value, and from there we came to know that some attempt has been made. So we are placing some additional data so to understand that attempt has been made or not. So again, ALSR is also very used for the security of the memory, because the attacker will not in a position to find out from where the stack is going to start, because we are giving two different locations for a stack to start. So if we are giving exact location, so they can put because if they are able to find the start of the stack or end of the stack, they can do a lot of executions and they can do exploits. But if they're not able to find the exact location from there, the stack is going to start, or the exact areas of the location, so it will be difficult for the attacker to predict the address for the exploitation, where they're going to execute the exploit. So ASLR is also being used to some extent, but the usage of these languages like Go and this kind of languages would help a lot to make those things. Again, there is another option which can be utilized is WAF, that is web application firewall. We might be knowing about the firewall. I told you about the firewall in my last discussion also, yesterday also. But again, the WAF, that is WWF, that is web application firewall, or using IDS or IPS would be the another way out by which you can avoid those web application attacks or the exploit to a larger extent. So now we talk about this ASLR or TEP, but the attackers are very smart. Now, they are using some other way or some sophisticated type of attacks to bypass your systems, to bypass your applications. And one of them is called ROP, that is return-oriented programming. So basically, the core idea of ROP is to bypass the memory locations, basically. Because we know once we execute a program, it is small chunks. And we know about the concept of dynamic programming, dividing the larger problem into small ones or in code snippets. So basically, what is ROP? Is basically an advanced exploitation technique, okay, which is used to execute malicious code by combining, by chaining together small instructions, okay. Existing code sequence means small gadgets, what we call gadgets in a technical term, but combining those small instructions or sequence called gadget and to bypass the modern security rules, okay. So basically, this is the thing which is used by the attacker. That the name even suggests return or oriented programming. Okay, but how it is being done? What are the steps they are being followed? Let me tell you very simply way how this ROP is being executed by the attacker. First of all, what attacker will do, they will find exploit. Okay, they want to find a vulnerability. What Pushpendra sir has mentioned in the beginning, we have to find the vulnerability. Then only we can do exploit. Na? So first, they always try to find some exploit or some memory locations, maybe such as buffer overflow, so that through that they are able to get a control on the machine or on an applications, and they can need to do some exploit. Okay, then once they're able to find that vulnerability or the area or the attack surface, the second thing what they're going to do is they want to find the gadgets. Okay, so gadgets, as I already told you, a short sequence or short instructions, okay, which are already present in a program. And so basically they want to see that what are those gadgets, and each gadget would have some instructions that how that instruction has been executed, okay, and each one having some return value also. So they are finding the gadgets. Then comes the third step of attacker is to do some chain construction, okay, because chaining is being mentioned over here. So what they're going to do, so instead of injecting the malicious code directly, the attackers try to override the return address, because the return is by default a functionality which is used in case of the gadgets, in case of those instructions. So basically they want to override the return address of the stack, so that if you know that if they are going to override, then now that stack, that address is not going to map with the actual address, is going to map with the another address, okay, the address where they want the application to be moved. So in this way, they are doing a lot of steps, a lot of functionalities, or two or three steps by which they want to bypass the securities which are being given by either by using DEP or buying ASLR. And one of the method they are using is return oriented programming. This is basically use the concept of normal programming concepts which are being used. But again, what are the ways by which we can countermeasure we can reduce our applications, web applications, from these attacks, so that they are not able to compromise our resources or our systems. So first is the CFI, which I already told you, that is control flow integrity. So what it basically means is a technique which aims to ensure that program execution follow the original path. Means every time whenever I told you that there is a flow of data, flow of information, there is a specific path they need to follow. Not if there's any change in the path, there is any change in the flow. So definitely it gives the indication that yes, definitely the thing has been compromised. Another thing which can be done is hardware-based protection. Means there should be something, or even let me tell you a very simple thing. We talk about the different processors now. We talk about Intel is making a lot of processors. So by default, these companies are using enforcement technology that is called CET, that is control flow enforcement technology. Okay, so basically they want that once the hardware is being built up, they always use some way that everything is being defined in the beginning, that everything, how to return the address, how to set up the address, which path to be followed, each and everything is being defined in the initial manner. Okay, so if there's any mismatch in the working, so that will give the indication that definitely there will be some ROP attack. So because these attacks are very sophisticated, a normal layman, a normal even operations, you can't do it. The only thing you can protect is with the help of secure coding. Every time we talk about secure coding, how to write a secure code, how to write a better code. That is a need of the hour. If you want to reduce, if you want to avoid these exploits to invade your web application or your networks in the times to come. So there would be some other methods which are used apart from ROP for doing the advanced exploit. And one of the method is called GOP and COP. COP we know about OOP, object-oriented programming. So C means counterfeit. Okay, and GOP, we know about just-in-time compiler. You might be knowing about this one, but here GOP is not GIT. It is GOP is basically jump-oriented program. Okay, it is being mentioned over there. So these are the other two ways by which they are used to bypass the modern security defense, which I talked about earlier also, TEP and ASLR. And what they're using, they use a concept of code reuse. Code reuse means using the code again and again. So how this jump and how this counterfeit attacks has been utilized. Basically, if I talk about this GOP also, is basically called it's basically a I would say advanced form of ROP attack. Okay, so basically we know about in case of ROP that there would be a lot of gadgets also, a lot of instructions we talk about. So if each, because we know, earlier I told you in my last slide that each gadget ends with a return value. Okay, but if each gadget ends with the indirect value or indirect branch instructions, like some messages are there like jump, call, something like that, instead of RET we write RETURN, something like that. So that leads to the path, or that leads a space or attack surface for the attacker to do some attack. So that thing is being utilized. Means the basic concept of the programming is being bypassed, is being utilized by the attacker to make a enter to your application, to enter to your main area or the memory areas where they can execute those exploits. Same is the case of the counterfeit COP also. So again, the attacker try to use the basic concept of OOPs. And what is the basic concept which is used in the OOPs is the virtual function. Okay, once you define a function and you know what is a virtual function, so basically they are using those information which is there on the virtual tables when we define the virtual function table. So they are using, try to hijack, try to invade those things and try to create a wrong, I would say a fake functions values or a fake return values, which leads to some unidentified locations, and from there they can do the exploits. So these kind of things are being utilized by the attackers. They are not doing anything which is out of the box, basically. They are bypassing your basic functionalities, which you're normally doing using the concepts of programming or creating the applications, or the applications which are based on the concepts of OOPs and concepts of basically the OOPs concepts, maybe programming concepts. Now, another thing which we need to understand, the browser exploitation. Like we talk about, the exploits are everywhere. You can't say that you know that from where the exploit would come. So browser exploitation is basically done at the client side also, but it acts as a gateway. It gives a path that from where the client request is going, and from there they want to do some exploit so that they can get some information, maybe the identity theft, maybe some session IDs, or they want to get some password and other informations also. But browser exploitation is a web-based application, is being done through plugins or some extensions. Sometimes what happens, we download some applications and we are not understanding, we are not paying any heed what kind of plugins are there. We are just installing those plugins. But majority of those vulnerabilities or exploits which come through only through those plugins, which will compromise your security and steal some sensitive information, which I already told you, or getting some, I would say, your access not in a not in a defined manner, but in an undefined manner also. So it happens to a client side attack, sometimes we call it, but there are some defensive strategies by which we can avoid these attacks. Then first and the foremost thing, it is very easy to learn, that is very easy. We simply talk, patch your software, keep your software updated, but it is not only for the sake of saying. If we are not updating our browsers, we are not updating our plugin and operating systems, then definitely these exploits are going to target our system. Another thing which I told you in my last 5 minutes is about secure coding. We must tell the students, we need to work on the secure coding. The developer need to find out, they need to sensitize, they need to validate. If any input they are putting in your code, that need to be validated. What could be the output of that one? What the input they are giving? And they need to create robust frameworks in order to save their applications from XSS or like scroll side scripting attacks. Same is the case. they have to implement security features. In my last class, if you session also, I talk about strict transport protocol, which I've shown you the demonstration also. So again, implementing CSP, that is content security policies, or implementing the strict transport security is one of the things which is to be required. Okay, EDR monitoring is also can be done. That is points and the endpoint security. EDR management can be done. Applying the WAF also, that is web application firmware. Endpoint protection can be done. So these all things can be done in order to save your browser, your application from being exploited. But at the top is the training, user education, training of the persons. If we are not knowing how I can be compromised, what are phishing attacks, how the phishing is being done, how click checking is done nowadays, what is the procedure, what is the modus operation is being done, and we are giving the granting the permission to every application what we are installing on a system. Definitely, and if sometimes we are downloading the data, we are installing extensions from some untrusted sources, we are downloading the application software from other third party like Softonic or some other links also. How vulnerable those are? Are we knowing those things? And we are unnecessarily giving the path, giving the weight for these application, those systems to compromise our network, to compromise our applications. So this is very important. Another thing which is very important to understand is that about the sandbox. We know that sandbox is a very simple term to understand. Like we put all the simulation in an isolated environment, which is not going to affect the other functionalities. But again, in the modern web application, escalation is being done. Okay. So sandbox and container escapes is being used to do some attacks. Okay. So when attacker try to break out in an isolated environment to access the host systems or other containers, that could be done. Okay. Why it is there? Why the attacker is able to do some exploit even through a sandbox environment? Because sandbox is a totally separate environment. This is possible because why? The containers share the host kernel. Because the kernel is shared like virtual machines, creating a boundary or attack surface for the attacker to compromise the things. So basically, what we need that gaining the host, because of what the attackers want, they want to get the host location, they want to spread to other containers to steal the information. And if the sandbox, if they are able to bypass that sandbox or container escapes, they can easily be able to get into the main root area. Okay, so these are the things which could be done. Like let's simple example, like if we talk about the missing configuration I was talking yesterday also. If we are not giving the containers, at that time I told you, if we are not giving the privileges, we are giving them open privileges. We are not putting any flags that what privileges they can use, which cannot be used. So we are giving them an open area to work upon. Okay, if somehow we are able to give them the path to reach to the root level, so they can do any change, whatever they want to do. So these are the things which are very, very important to understand that how we can avoid the sandbox and container escalations. So there are other ways. There are some defensive hardening methods. There are some other ways by which we can do it. But again, there are some simple ways which need to be done in order to avoid these sandbox escalation. The first and the simple technique is being that we need to run those containers or application as guest in a guest version. We know that there are different in operating system, there are different users. Guest is one of them. Your name is there. There is a power BD UT delay. There is another thing. There are 5 by default users or there in your systems, which you might be knowing, I'm not sure, but again, if you can check, if you write a command net user on the command prompt, you will see how many users you have on your systems. So I always try to employ or to run those applications is basically in the sandbox, these applications in those guest operating system in that particular mode. No need to give the privileges. We don't need to run the containers in a privileged mode. Okay, we need to patch the operating system. Definitely patching is to be done. But one of the foremost thing which we need to understand is the process of principle of least privilege. That the principle of least privilege is being used. We must only give the privileges which are required. We don't need to give unnecessary privileges which are not being required by anyone. So these are the things by which we can avoid these escalation or these kind of advanced exploitation attacks. Now, Another thing, kind of attack, which could be utilized is server-side template injection. Server-side template injection, we talk about. This is one of the vulnerabilities that allows attacker to do inject malicious code. Okay, but how they are being done, that we need to understand. And one important thing they are using is they are using RCE, remote code execution, or RPE, remote procedure execution. Okay, so from person is sitting at a different location, and they can make a full control of your application, full control of your backend server also. So basically, how it is possible, how this SSTI type of injection is possible. And this is possible because of these servers. It is mentioned over there, Jinja, Twig, or FreeMaker. So basically, a Jinja 2 is a template engine which is used in Python. This Twig is basically using PHP, and FreeMaker is using Java also. So if they are used to create a web design and dynamic web pages, basically. So vulnerability, what happened? Attacker can use these particular, I would say, the template engines, try to concatenate or add some wrong data into these templates so that they can bypass the system or the applications. So because everything is done from the coding point of view, from the development point of view. If the secure coding techniques are not knowing that what are the loopholes which could be utilized by the attacker to compromise, definitely not right now. In the times to come, your system, your applications are going to be, for sure, is going under suspicious, or they would be under radar for sure. Another thing which could be utilized is about SSRF. I told you yesterday also, that is cross-site request forgery. Similarly, there is a server-side request forgery, the same process which is being used by the attackers. So how we can going to avoid, or how we can able to control these kind of server-side template injection things. So first and the foremost thing is that, because prevention is just opposite of attack. We know that this is the thing which is used by the attacker to compromise. We just need to patch that only, nothing else. So what need to be done? So we need to do the templates in a controlled manner. We don't need to allow the user to modify or to use new template if they are not necessary. Okay, we have to use some good template engines which can secure your network, and which are not able to compromise your I would say a system to a larger extent. And even definitely the proper handling, proper input validations, data, everything has to be done in order to avoid these kind of attacks, because we have seen a lot of attacks out there. We talk about from GOP, COP to ROP to browser exploitation, escalation, server side, everywhere there are a lot of exploitation techniques, advanced exploitation techniques, which has been used by the attacker to go for the web applications. Another thing we talk about is the SSRF. I was talking about SSRF means server side request forgery. Okay, so basically what happened in this one, I told in my last class, that is the client side request forgery, but here it's again a vulnerability. It also allows attacker to force to a server to make some request on their behalf. Means a normal person is not, for a server it looks like that the request is coming from a legitimate user, but that is not the request which is coming from legitimate user, because the legitimate user is under the control of the attacker. And I told you in my last session also, because they are using that feature of SOP, single sign out operation, SSO also. So they, by default, with the help of the cookies, they know that these are the authenticated persons, and attackers are bypassing using that sessions, that trust factor, to evade some attacks. So basically what happened in case of your advanced SSF, once attacker is able to find those target areas, they can use compromise, or they can exploit those things with the help of attack, basically. So a lot of things which can be done. Their major area is to get credential theft, to get some sensitive informations. Okay, so in order to mitigate, first and the foremost thing is that we need to do the input validation. Means whatever we are putting, we need to enforce strict validation on all the URLs. Okay, means we need to even I would say not need to allow these kind of addresses like 127.0.0.1. You know, sometimes it is called you might be knowing loopback address is called link local IP address, because we talk about in routing, this is called link local IP address. We don't need to run those such kind of IP address to be able to access your applications, because they want to create a link a backend link which could try to invade your normal process and try to do some exploitation in the later stages. So these kind of things need to be done. Even definitely the principle of least privileges could be the one thing which could be done, because that will solve the things to a larger extent, to a very larger extent. Now, another thing which is there is the advanced XSS and sandbox bypass. In my last to last slide, we talk about the sandbox bypass is being done also. But again, there are a lot of invasion techniques which are being used by the attackers to bypass your content security policies and bypassing the systems also. So they are basically used what the attackers are doing. Now, there are a lot of things like how they are doing web application firewall or WF evasion also. So what they're doing, they include some non-standard characters, excessive, more white pages, white spaces, incomplete HTML codes or structures, so which are normally ignored by the coders. And this leads to what those bypassing of the wireless access, this one WAF also, these systems or the web application firewall also. Again, in case of the sandbox also, we talk about the sandbox or CSP bypass, same is the case. So if a trusted website or if a domain which is a trusted and is giving access to any other domain which is not being trusted, again, it will lead to what? A bypassing of the security. So these kind of things has been utilized by the attackers to do some advanced SSS or sign-back bypass techniques. But again, how to mitigate is very important. So how we can mitigate? Again, the input validations we can do, because this is a thumb rule. Validation, input validation is to be done for whatever the data you are giving, you are providing, you are processing through the applications. Another thing which could be done is that we need to apply CSPs, that is secure, I would say robust CSPs, control security policies, and they should be well defined. Okay, there should not be any scope of unsafe inline, unsafe evaluation, these kind of keywords, which gives a way to evade or to bypass those CSP policies also. And foremost thing is that there should be regular testing. A testing could be done automated testing, or it could be a manual testing with the help of tools like burp-suit and OWASP ZAP also, which is advanced form of burp-suit, which the OWASP ZAP having more functionality, which is the burp-suit doesn't have. So to find the normal or new adversaries. So these kind of things we need to be done. Automatic testing, routine testing, automatic penetration testing. These all things need to be done in order to avoid, to secure your networks, I would not say networks, I would say your web applications from those exploits. Now, another thing which we need to understand is about prototype pollutions and exploitation. Now, what is basically a prototype pollution? So what is basically a prototype pollution is basically a vulnerability that allow attacker to add or modify properties on a base prototype. Because by default, if I talk about a prototype, there is always a base object prototype, that is object prototype by default. Okay, every prototype, every protocol we talk about, they have the base prototype. So when the attacker try to overcome these base prototype properties, so that leads to what? A prototype pollution. Pollution means you can talk pollution in terms of means we want to escalate, you want to change, or you want to make it vulnerable basically. Okay, so how it actually is working, same is the case of gadget based exploitations which are being there. Again, in this one, attackers are using those pollution attacks or the same process to exploit some vulnerabilities. Okay, so they want to pollute the prototype, they want to trigger a gadget. And I told you what is a gadget. A gadget is a small chain of code. I told you in case of your ROP also when I was talking about ROP. So they want to they want to execute those small gadgets, small programs, okay, small piece of code, and they want to compromise the system. So these kind of things has been utilized. And basically what the attackers are doing, they are just polluting, they are just bypassing the basic functionalities. And one of the challenges is that the validation checks are missing. This is the crux basically what we need to understand. Now, again, one we already know about this advanced SQL or NoSQL injection also, because a SQL injection is being done to get the basically the admin passwords and other informations. It can be done with the help of SQL map, which is one of the functionality which is in Kali, or we can use, if you know more about the database, you can do a better version at how the basic concept of relational database management system is being used by the attacker to do the SQL attacks. But again, the SQL injections allow the attackers to interfere with the basic queries the application makes with the database, and they want to bypass those things. Okay, but now the attackers are using advanced SQL or NoSQL injection. And you know what is NoSQL? Because nowadays we are not talking about the SQL database, just like RDBMS or your this one, your basic databases. But we talk about NoSQL like Cassandra. We talk about MongoDB, which is NoSQL. There is no such concept of rows and tables. Still, they are able to bypass those systems. They are able to bypass the NoSQL, MongoDB, and these kind of things. But how they can be effective, that we need to understand. And the concept is basically called a logic abuse. Okay. So basically, what is a logic abuse? Logic abuse is nothing but to manipulate the basic flow of a application. Okay. We want to interrupt the basic working of the application, how we actually working, because we want to do the thing what we actually want as a attacker. Okay. So the basic logic, the business logic, we want to obfuscate, we want to, I would say bypass, we want to change that basic functionality, logic working of any application. And how it could be done? With the help of these attacks. So how this prevention could be done? What are the ways by which...
Someone please mute your mic.
Is there any issue, ma'am? Can we continue? We can wait for some time.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Deepak sir, your mic is mute. Please unmute it.
Okay. Now I can continue. Can we start, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, so I was on this one, like the how the attackers has been using these advanced SQL or NoSQL injections, and how they are obstructing the normal flow of the working flow of the applications also. But again, the question is how we can going to mitigate and how we going to prevent these kind of attacks, because prevention is the one thing that we focus more on. Because in my last section I told you about attack, defense. Defense is the one thing which we need to work upon. So how we can avoid these kind of things, these attacks, basically. The first and the foremost rule, I already told you that we should have the strict validation rule, strict input validation. We need to check it out. Second thing we can talk about in case of, about the queries. If you know well about the SQL queries, we must use parameterized queries in SQL, okay? Or the method, basically. We must use the principle of least privileges. We must use regular security audits with the help of tools, or if their tools are not there, we need to follow that OWASP foundation, or we need to follow that MITRE attack framework. If you're not knowing, there's always a MITRE attack framework which is being utilized in most of the European countries in terms of cybersecurity, where their levels are being defined and they want to use those particular things. So these are the ways by which we can avoid those things to a larger extent. Now, another kind of exploit or the things which could be there is a file format and parser exploit change. Now, for us, it is very easy that we have a file format. Maybe the file format could be any file format. It could be exe, or it could be a text format, or it could be another format. But again, the attackers are bypassing of using these formats also, or parsing process also, that how the data is being passed to evade some exploit also. Like there are a lot of malicious file, like they create those files in PDF, they create in Microsoft Office document, they create in images or archives that exploit the basic applications. So another thing which you need to understand, that basically they are bypassing, how they are doing. They are either they are bypassing the logic flow, which I already told you, or they are bypassing that those things to the WF, that is web application firewall. But again, this is very important to understand that there should not be any such thing which should be there with the attackers to compromise those things. File format, parsing, exploit chain, these are the same things, like the attackers are using the same functionalities. Maybe the file storage formats, or the process, the flow, I would say the flow of logic, that how the flow is being maintained, or that is CLI also, the control of logic information is also being compromised, so that they want to do the exploitations. So again, it is always better that we should use a sandbox environment. That environment should be there, but again, there should not be any escalation on the sandbox environment, which is very important to understand if you want to secure our applications or our web applications specifically, I would say, from those kind of file format attacks or any attacks which are being utilized by the attackers by using those file formats or exploit chains. Now, another thing which is there is by the attackers in the latest exploitation technique is basically your advanced authentication and SSO. SSO means single sign out. So again, advanced techniques like we know that multi-factor authentication we are using. We always use single sign out. Okay, we from a single user, from a single application, we want to sign for multiple application. I can sign from a Gmail to Facebook to Twitter to other Instagram and other in a single way also. But how this abuse is caused, how this compromise is being done, and it can be done with when you are bypassing those the basic functionalities of your SSO or the basic functionality of your single sign out applications. So one of the things is that what we need to understand that advanced authentications like multi-factor authentication or two-factor authentication can be abused or can be bypassed through various techniques, maybe through social engineering. Okay, when attacker try to use some revealing their information codes, or using session hijacking, or using the third could be your doing some replay attacks also, which could be utilized by that attackers to evade or to bypass your multi-factor authentication also, or how they're passing this single sign out SSO also. Okay, so again, they want something like they want improper redirects, means whenever you're typing something on the URL, it is not being linked, it's not being directed to the right path, it is redirected to a wronger path or on a different malicious link. Or session hijacking, which I already told you, the session ID is being hijacked or session ID is being utilized or being compromised. So these are the things which could be utilized by the attackers when we talk about these advanced authentication techniques also. But again, how we can secure, the first and the foremost thing which I can talk about is we need to combine single sign out with MFA. No one is trying. I am very much sure that how many of us are, even though we're using single sign out, but we have not combined with multi-factor authentication. And this will create a more line of defense for your application. Okay, we must enforce strong session management. The lifetime of the session should not be very high, because I told you in my last discussion also, the length of the header or even the time span of the link should never be very high. We must apply the principle of least privileges, which I told you, for every action, principle of least privilege is a remedy. But again, there could be some other challenges which we talk about in case of attacks also, like session fixation is one of the attack. Token theft is one of the very common attack. Replay is one of the common attack. So in case of session fixation, what happened? A user uses session ID known to the attacker. Okay, means we know that we are using that ID, which you already know. So definitely you are at the fault. Okay. In token theft means stealing some user session ID, using cookies, like some cookies is being stolen, impersonation is being done, and replay something. We take the data, but we are sending data after some time, so that we are fooling that receiver that data is coming from the authenticated source. And here replay is just like a masquerade attack or impersonation attack. So these kind of things are also being used, where the token are being taken up and then the tokens are captured and then the tokens are later on being shared to to have an unauthorized access. So these kind of things has been used by the attackers to do a lot of attacks are there. But these are, I would not say they are very simple to perform, even though they are also very typical to perform these kind of attacks. Okay, you get a session ID, a lot of concepts need to be done, even to if you want to go with the token theft also. So they are using different ways by which they can get the tokens also. Like they can use a malware, they are using phishing, they are using server-side scripting, they are using MITM, or different ways by which they want to get a token. If they want to do a replay also, then again they want to create a fake account. They want to impersonate someone else. Then only then they are able to get the information. So basically, these are the things which are again very simple to understand, but they leads to more attack surface area for the attacker to do the compromise. Again, is the case with exploitation with the modern delivery process. Yesterday we talked about CI/CD, continuous information, continuous development or deliveries there, which is the base of all the application. Nowadays we talk about development and operations going side by side. Means we want to write a program, we are doing the coding, parallelly we are executing the things. If there's any change to be done, it can be done at the same stage rather than doing the changes later on when the product is in the market. And this is the thing which is being done. But what the attackers are doing, they want to do attacks on the pipeline. They want to dismantle the normal process of CID/CD pipeline. Okay, and these are the things which are being used. They want to interrupt the supply chain process. There's a supply chain concept, that how the information is passed from one way to another way. And one of the common attack is basically a supply chain attacks, where the attackers are compromising the third-party libraries, open source component packages, which are used in those applications which are based on CI/CD. So again, misconfiguration are being used. I told in my last session also about the misconfiguration of the mode again of CI/CD also, which are being used by the attackers to compromise. Again, we talked about the cloud yesterday also, that there are a lot of misconfiguration in the cloud environment, and that leads to a lot of attacks. It's there. Maybe the weak keys are there. The IAM is not being properly managed. The bucket is open, which is public to everyone, so they can change. And there are SSRF attacks are there. So there are a lot of things, a lot of attacks and challenges lies with this cloud native exploitation. And attackers are doing a lot of things on the cloud, because everyone talk about the network security, but I would say that now the time is the cloud security, because everything, all your data is on the cloud. So identity and access management policies, the flaws, the software dependencies has to be there. There should be infrastructure as a code. I told you in my last session also, that need to be built up and that need to be deployed. Okay, this should not be. There are a lot of exploitation techniques, means that attackers are doing container escape, they are using container misconfiguration, they are doing some other ways also. But how we can avoid these things? We need to do secure management. We have to apply strict IAM management policies. We have to do regular scanning of the vulnerabilities of the cloud, because clouds are also vulnerable. So these all things need to be done. Now, how it can be done? What are the evasion techniques which are used by the attacker to bypass the security controls? I told you in my last sessions also that the adversaries are bypassing the web application firewalls, endpoint detection, EDR systems, maybe some cases your antivirus also. But one thing which I need to tell you, one of the best example I used to quote everywhere is about the Quick Heal. The Quick Heal comes with a new tool called Anti-Fraud AI, which application which you can install on your system, on your mobile phone, and from where you can not able, they will give indication to you when you open any web page whether that is authenticated or not, whether you open any application or any downloading anything from the Play Store, that is authenticated or not. So everything is being checked, being controlled manner, and you're not supposed to execute if it having some malicious or harmful artifacts. So these are the things which has been utilized, and many companies are working on the same thing. But the common invasion techniques which are being used by the attackers basically is your bypassing the web application firewall, endpoint invasion, I told you. And again, protocol manipulation is also there. We talk about that, how the protocol has been manipulated, how this obfuscation is being done, okay, using some other coding technique like base 64 or some other ways by which the attacker want to not to conceal their identities also. So a lot of things has been done. Nowadays, we talk about the malware also nowadays. There are a lot of malwares which are being used. One of the malware is polymorphic malware, where we are not able to define, is changing his application, is changing his way of functionality everywhere. So it is very hard to track. So if such kind of things has been used by the attacker to compromise the code, you need a high-end process. You need to understand that how you're going to secure your applications, your web applications, your network from those particular malicious attacks. Okay, so there are a lot of things we need to understand. That is not only on a single thing. There are a lot of things which will be utilized parallelly in order to secure your application. This would be, I think, the last slide maybe. This is the post-exploitation. A privilege escalation is also being there. And what is being there basically? We want that we need to understand how we can identify, how we can document, and how we can do a setup on how we can identify the vulnerabilities so that we can secure our devices, your application to a larger level. And for that, what I tell you, the one and the foremost thing which you can do is your MITRE framework. For the post exploitation, for the privilege escalation, MITRE framework will give you a better picture that what could be the possible attacks could be there, what kind of levels which need to be done, what kind of escalations could be done, what kind of security measures which can be applied, and what kind of frameworks which are being utilized in the field of cybersecurity nowadays. So these are the very important things which need to be worked upon. So supply chain management, cloud control takeovers, business flows, all need to be managed shit. We need to configure our buckets. If I talk about the cloud base, we need to do SSRF checks. We need to maintain the logic flow also. So everything is being done from initial step to last step. And this is a thing which is being done by the attackers. Nowadays, very important term which comes in the field of cybersecurity is threat hunting or threat intelligence also. So threat intelligence would also be required to see these kind of things, to give kind of controls. Maybe using any SOC or SIEM for the threat intelligence. But again, at the end of the day, they are checking the logs, they are checking the control, they are checking the misconfiguration, they're checking the exploits, they're checking the vulnerabilities so that they can protect your application, your system from those assaults. So these are the takeovers from this particular sessions, that the attack surface is to be reduced as low as we can, because if the attack surface is high, that gives you more privileges for the attackers to play with your data. We should have a strict CSP policies. There should be no trust. We always need to follow the process of the principle of zero trust. And when you talk about any industry, any big organizations, any banking systems or top organization, they always follow the zero trust and the principle of low privileges. So with this, I am ending my session. I hope it will be a understanding, some information, some insights about the latest exploitation techniques, although some of the techniques are very new, which I'm sure, very much sure, which we are not knowing. But again, the one thing which you need to understand is that we need to think one step ahead if we want to safeguard our network, our resources from the attackers. Then only you can reduce the exploits. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deepak sir. There is no doubt that the session was completely clear and you have delivered exceptional and insightful session on this topic. Clear breakdown of all the attack methodologies, exploitation workflows. Yesterday you delivered about the security misconfiguration, the real practical techniques that you have talked about. All these would have provided a deep insight regarding the concepts. So we sincerely appreciate the expertise, time, and valuable efforts, valuable perspectives that you shared with us today. Thank you once again for
Thank you,
your
ma'am. Thank you,
session.
ma'am. Thank you for your
Uh,
kind words. Thank you so much.
I just request everyone to please switch on their cameras so that I can record this session also. Yes, thank you, participants. Thank you, Deepak sir, once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone, and have a great learning ahead. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So all the participants, feedback and attendance link of this session will be shared in a minute. Just wait for some time, and we will be starting our next session with a break of 5 to 10 minutes. Yes, participants, the feedback and the attendance link is shared in the chat box. Please check it once. Any issue if you're facing, please let me know. Now we are going to proceed with our next session, that is on the reporting and documentation, and we are having a resource person with us, Mr. Vishal Kumar. So we are delighted to welcome Mr. Vishal Kumar for his this session on in our FTP. Mr. Vishal Kumar is a distinguished consultant and co-founder of Future Edge Labs with the over of 2 decades of experience spanning corporates, government bodies, and leading academic institutions. His expertise lies in the cyber law, open source intelligence, policy, and governance, that making him one of the most respected voices in the cyber legal ecosystem. He has significantly contributed to national level initiatives, including serving on the advisory committee for training and certification of CISOs and deputy CISOs under MEITY, MITY, and being part of the 12th plan working groups on the cyber law and cyber security for governments of India. With extensive experience assisting law enforcement agencies, designing cybersecurity programs for corporates and universities, training government officials across India and abroad, he brings a wealth of practical, policy driven, and investigative insights. We are delighted to have him with us today to guide us on through the crucial domain of reporting and documentation, an area where his deep expertise will undoubtedly benefit all the participants. So with a great pleasure, I invite Mr. Vishal Kumar to begin this session. So I'm providing you the right, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Vishu, ma'am.
So you are the host now. Session is yours.
Is the slide visible to everyone?
Yes, sir. Screen is visible.
Okay. So, good evening, everyone, and welcome to this 13th session of the 6-day faculty development program 2020, which is scheduled during this period of over 6 days, and it has been a quite learning journey for all the participants, right from day 1 to day 6. And today we have come to the last session, which is session number 13. And before this session, so this session basically would talk more on more about reporting and documentations. But before we move on to reporting and documentation, what you have learned has been is more of a technical learning in the domain of cybersecurity, because the FDP thrust area being cyber physical system and cybersecurity, and the title is Cyber Defense in Action, Mastering Web Application Security. Now, during the entire 6 days, you have been through different sessions by different experts, both from academia and corporates, wherein Mr. Avdesh Shukla had beautifully captured session on web application architecture and threat landscape. You had session on authentication and session management by Alok Karnik, and then moving on to bypassing access control by Rohit. And a very interesting session on integration of cybersecurity aspects in the cyber physical system. This was on day 4 of what has been conducted. And then vulnerability management by Pushpendra sir, testing web services and API again by Pushpendra sir, and advanced exploitation techniques by Deepak Prashar sir. So many people from industry have shared their knowledge in the area. Now, what is important is now the last session, which is basically on reporting and documentation. Until unless everything is well documented, it is of no use for anyone, either when we look at from a technical perspective, legal perspective, or from an executive perspective. So we will move on to the session. Ma'am, is the slide?
So slide is visible, but it is not in a full screen mode. It's visible.
Okay. So, good evening, everyone, and welcome to this 13th session on basically reporting and documentation. Now, let's begin our first topic for the day with a simple but a very powerful idea. The cybersecurity work does not end when you find a vulnerability. Like we have been talking about vulnerability, how do we find vulnerability, how do we fix vulnerability? But when we look at in cybersecurity, when we look at vulnerability, in cybersecurity, it is not the end. What is the end? End is when you are finding how to create an action around that. So reporting and documentation are the bridges between the discovery and the defense. So you have discovered from a vulnerability, what you have done is you have discovered that there lies some kind of vulnerability. But what is the next step? The next obvious step is defense. Now they convert basically the technical findings into three things. Technical finding into a decision, policies, or the remediation task, right? Now, in today's session, we will explore how well-structured reporting enables organization to act swiftly, comply with regulations, and build trust with stakeholders. Now, let's take an example over here. Think of your security report as your professional voice when you are not in the room. So when you are not in the room, your report should speak as if you are talking to other people in that room and you are not there in that room. So it has to speak to management, it has to speak to the auditors, and sometimes even the legal team. Now, if it's weak or unclear, the whole security program would suffer, no matter how strong your testing was. So you may have used the best of tools, technologies, you must have invested time, energy, but if your report is not coming well, it is of no use. So a simple example, if we look at an example, so in a poor reporting, a person who is making that report, and if he doesn't know how to write a report, he would write SQL injection found on login form. But this is a very ambiguous statement. It has to be very clear statement so that basis that finding, there has to be some next step. So, and somebody would only take a next step when the reporting is proper. So what could be an effective reporting? The effective reporting would be the login form is vulnerable to SQL injection, which allows an attacker to bypass authentication and access data, customer data. Now, what will happen? Now, if this bypasses authentication and it gives access to the customer data, which is very important to any of the organization, its exposure there would be an exposure of 10,000 records. Now, this is called a better or a effective reporting. Second example, let's take a second example. The poor reporting would be, while you are making your report, you would write in your report after all the tests done, passwords exposed. But a better reporting would be user password hashes stored in plain text in database users.db. This violates ISO 27001 control and exposes users' credentials. So now, when we look at the effective reporting, when somebody reads this, he or she knows what needs to be done next, right? Then we move on to selecting the right report for the right kind of audience. Now, every strong report serves three essential purposes. A, it has to enable decisions. What does that mean? That means report must help decision makers to allocate some resources, assign accountability, and plan fixes. And if your report doesn't drive action, then that report is not an appropriate report, or it is not a complete report. It is an incomplete report. Second one is demonstrate due diligence. So that report should demonstrate due diligence. Reports basically documents your organization's commitment to security. They show the auditor and the regulator that you are not negligent and you are proactive. So you are doing something proactively and you are not negligent from a point of view of a regulator or from a point of view of auditor. 3, it should ensure audit readiness. So a good report will always keep you ready to be audited. A well-documented trail of assessment, findings, and fixes form your defense during compliance audit. It's your proof of continuous improvement. Now, let's take an example. If a breach happens in your organization today, what documents would you show the auditor to prove diligence? Anyone? Anyone would want to answer this? The question is, if a breach happens in your institution today, what documents would you show the auditors to prove diligence? So that basically, suppose you are the CISO of your institution, something goes wrong, and then there are
is it executive brief?
Executive brief would generally be for the leadership. Anything else? Okay. Now what we'll do is we'll look at how different audiences need different type of reports, because in an organization there are different people, there are different kind of stakeholders, and whose work is different, very different. So from each other, because single report can't speak equally well to a developer, a manager, or a regulator. So, right? Now imagine writing one report for everyone in your organization, from the CISO to the system admin to the finance head. It would either be too technical for some or too shallow for others. That is why we create we create different kind of reports for different stakeholders. A good reporting book, basically, when we look at a good reporting process, it tailors information based on the reader's role and their responsibility. So when you look at the executive brief, now who is the typical audience for the executive brief? Typical audience for the executive brief from an organization, corporation perspective would be from a their perspective. Just a second. Okay. So from their perspective would be the CXOs or the board, like chief technical officer, chief executive officers. Now they would these would be the people who would be the typical audience. And what is their objective? Their objective is strategic awareness. Similarly, in an education institutions, who are the typical audience for an executive brief? They are basically could be the vice chancellor, pro vice chancellor, the dean, or the head of the department, based on the roles and the KRA which has been assigned to them as per the university policies. The second kind of report is a very technical report, which is meant for developers, and it has it also captures the detailed remediation. Now something has gone wrong, so it not only captures what has gone wrong, but what needs to be done and the further processes. Then is a pen test report, which is basically meant for the security team. Now pen test report, the objective of a pen test report is to capture two important things: the evidence and the methodology what has been followed to capture the evidence. The last one is the fourth one. The fourth pillar is the red and the purple team debrief, uh, which is basically meant for the SOC team, Security Operations Center analysts. Now, what is the objective? The objective is, their objective is for attack simulation and detection improvement. Right? Now, we'll look at selecting the right report for the audience. Now, what would a CISO wants to know? The CISO would want to know, is the business is at risk? Similarly, the vice chancellor or the owner of the university would want to know, is their education institution at risk? A developer would want to know which input field to be fixed, and a SOC analyst would want to know, why didn't the IDS alert? So intrusion detection system, why did not it give any kind of alert in spite of having a SOC in their organization? So the meaning thereby is, different people have different lenses for the same truth, but tailored for the communication, because all of them have different roles in the organization. Then comes the executive brief and the the executive brief and the technical report. Now, when we look at a executive brief, what is an executive brief? An executive brief is a concise, a very high level summary designed for decision makers. As I said earlier also, it is basically meant for the decision makers, for example, CXOs or the chancellor, vice chancellors of the universities. It is typically a 2-page long, visually appealing and focused on the business risk. So what is the risk that that is bringing to the organization or to the institution? It will not have a very technical terms, because people at that level may or may not come from a technical background, but again, at the end of the day, they need to take those decisions. Now, their decisions would be more based on what is the risk to the business. So they would ask the CISO or the person responsible for the IT infrastructure, something has gone wrong. Now, how it has gone wrong, why it has gone wrong is not important at that stage. That would be certainly taken care of, but they would want a solution. So they would not want, they don't want in their report any payloads, logs to be mentioned. What they would want is, what is the impact, what is the priority, and what is the recommended action which they should take immediately. And that a report, when is being written for an executive brief, it has a structure. Now, when we look at structure, what kind of structure it would have? It would have 5 things which needs to be included. A, overview of the assessment. B, top 3 to 5 risk. And then that risk had to collate to the business impact, or the impact to the working of the institution or the university. So how that risk is impacting the day-to-day affairs of the institution. Then it should have recommendation. It should have a heat map or visual score, because what you see is you perceive, then you have to have that kind of heat map, summary, and the next step. So instead of saying file upload vulnerability in an executive brief, what somebody would want would be a better way. A flaw in the upload module allows attacker to execute code on the production server, risking downtime and customer data exposure. Immediate patch is required. Right? Then we move on to the technical report. Now that this is the 4th report. What is a technical report? The technical report is where your engineering audience lives. This is where you show them exactly what broke, why it broke, and then what has broken, why it has broken. Now the third step, how to fix it. And it is very detailed the blueprint of the assessment, the entire assessment. And again, it has 6 important parts, the elements, which are title and finding, steps to reproduce, screenshot or logs, tools and versions, proof of concepts, recommended remediation. For example, at some place it could have, there has to be some kind of configuration change. Now look at this technical report. It has a finding ID, it has a title stored in description, then impact, remediation, and the evidence in the form of screenshot, proof of concept, or it could be in a form of a video, etc. Now look at the pen test report. What is a pen test report? The pen test report and its advanced, now when we look at a pen test report, now before pen test report, we have already covered executive and technical report. Now let's explore more and strategic type of report, which is the pen test report and its advanced cousin, which is basically the red and purple team debrief. Now these two reports aren't just technical documentations, they are evidence of due diligence. Now because these two reports, the pen test report and the red team purple team report, are very detailed and a very technical report, and these are the documents you can confidently hand it to auditors, client, and regulators, because it captures everything in detail with proof and with logs. Whereas a penetration test report captures your entire assessment life cycle, right from scope to finding to remediation verification. And basically it reflects the professional standard, structure, and your readiness for the audit. So if you have a pen test report, proper pen test report, it shows your readiness. Now it should have what? It should have cover page, which should capture the client name, the period of engagement, and the classification label. Then executive summary, 3 to 5 key risks. What is the action impact of those risks and the action summary, scope and rules of engagement, the kind of assets which needs to be which are within the scope, the IPs, and what are not included. So what are excluded also, that also needs to be properly captured. The methodology what you have followed, the framework what you have used in this this report, whether WASP or NIST guidelines. Finding sections, then there has to be a section called a finding section, wherein the detailed vulnerability with risk rating has to be mentioned very clearly. Now, in others, another example, if we take another example, wherein, for instance, finding a pen test report might read, now finding title severability, how severe is the threat, the common vulnerability scoring system. So if you look at, it is on the scale of 10, it is 9.8. So it is very severe. What is the impact? The impact of this is it will allow authentication to bypass and data exposure. Now, because of this, what will happen? There will be a business impact. So what is the business impact? The business impact would be compromise of 10,000 user record. And as an evidence, what we do is we take the hash. Now, hash is always taken so that in case any changes are made to the original document, though any change which is made to the original, and when it is matched with the new one, if there is any change, then we can always say somebody has played with the original evidence. So just to maintain the integrity of evidence, the hash is taken. Now, the beauty here is that every part is verifiable and there is no ambiguity and there is no missing context to this. Now, red and purple team report. Now, in contrast to the pen test report, a red team report narrates the attack chain, how one vulnerability leads to another. It is not about individual bugs, rather it is about the path to compromise. So how did the entire compromise took place? Rather than moving into each and every logs, it shows the path. Purple team debrief goes one step further. What it says is, it basically covers, it blends the offensive insights with defensive tuning. Here you show not just how you broke in, but how to improve detection and response. So the example is, the red team simulated a phishing attack to gain initial access, escalated privileges by a PowerShell abuse, and exfiltrated data through DNS tunneling. So this is how the report would look like. The purple for the purple team used these events to create detection rules in SIEM as an application layer protocol. Now, moving on to the next part, the next slide, which basically talks about defining the scope and rule of engagement. Now, this is very important in any of the report and in any of the assignment. Defining the scope and rule of engagement plays a very crucial, a very important role. A clear scope is basically your North Star. It tells you exactly what's fair game and what's off your limit. So what needs to be done and what not, and what you should avoid doing. The scope of miscommunication is the number one reason pen test go wrong. So the scope of miscommunication, has to be, if there is any miscommunication in the scope, then your the pen test, what the pen tester would perform, would not be able to perform as per the desired requirement of the organization. So basically, when we look at a scope, what does it define? What does it include? A scope would define what system needs to be tested, the URLs, the IPs to be tested, the time window for testing. So what is the time window which has been allocated to someone to do their testing? It can be, for example, 1800 hours to 6 a.m. in the morning. So the test would occur during that time only. Then what kind of environment, whether it is on the production or the staging. Then how the data needs to be handled. So it should have, the scope should define the data handling constraint. Now, a very, very simple example would be, now what will you include in a scope if you were testing a college learning management system? Any answer, any guess or any answer to this? So when you are basically testing your college or your university's LMS, what would you define in the scope? So typically, what could be mentioned or captured would be the student login portal, the grade API, or file upload modules. Now, once scope is defined, we must decide how testing will be conducted. That is where the rule of engagement comes into play, and that is very important. So the rule of engagement, or the ROE, are the ethical boundaries of your assessment. They ensure the testing is safe, authorized, and controlled. So the three things are very important. What? In the rule of engagement or the ROE, they define the ethical boundaries of the assessment. This is one. Two, they ensure the testing is safe, authorized, and in a controlled environment. Now, the rule of engagement should also answer the following questions. A, what testing methods are allowed? Whether you are allowed to test, use automated tools, manual, or social engineering. By the way, any idea what social engineering is? Anyone? Then let's move on then. Who can be contacted in case of emergency? So ROE should also mention who should be contacted in case of emergency. What time the testing can occur? How will data be stored and transmitted? So that is also important, whether the data will be stored and transmitted in a plain text, or the data will be stored or transmitted in a ciphertext or in an encrypted format. Now, every security assessment, when we look at any of these scope of work and every security assessment, it operates under two invisible shields. Now, there are two invisible shields under which any of these security assessments operates. Those are legality and ethics. The moment you step outside any of these, either you are going beyond the law or going beyond ethics, then in that case, your intention will not matter. The law will still hold you accountable. So legality and ethics are very important. Now, how do you make any assignment legal? Now, legal authority comes from how your legal authority to perform certain tasks. It would only come from a written permission, which is basically either it could be what? It could be either the letter or the contract from the organization. And ethical authority comes from the intent, wherein your intention is to improve security and not to exploit it. For otherwise, what happens when you look at the Indian legal scenario? We have the Information Technology Act, which is in place and is in place since last 25 years now. The Information Technology Act in India came into force in the year 2000, and that the law provides for two very important sections, Section 43 and then Section 72A. Now, under Section 43 basically talks about, it says penalties and compensation for unauthorized access. So if you do any unauthorized access without taking the permission of the owner of that computer system, computer network, then you are liable under the provision of the law, which is the Information Technology Law. Sorry. Then Section 72A. 72A basically says, it talks about, it penalizes any individual who intentionally and unlawfully discloses any personal information which is obtained through a lawful contract and without the consent of the person concerned. So if you are taking any information from any individual under a lawful contract, and then after that you are disclosing it to some other person without taking prior permission from that person, in that case, that person can be sent behind bars for a term up to 3 years, or fine up to 5 lakh rupees, or in certain cases it could be both. So it is very important whenever we are doing such taking up such kind of assignments, the scope and the rule of engagement has to be very clear and well defined. Similarly, we have the other provisions under, for example, in India, we have CERTIN, the Computer Emergency Response Team of Government of India. it also has certain guidelines for incident reporting. So if some kind of incident has taken place, in that case, that incident has to be reported to certain within a time frame. Then we have ISO 27001, basically with respect to information security in a project. Now, what you are doing is, let's take an example. Suppose you test a production server and without written consent, and what you have done is, and because of your test, it has caused some downtime. Now, even if your intention was academic, you have breached section 43, which is unauthorized access, and then that person can ask for compensation. And in some cases, it can vary from 10 lakh rupees to 5 crore rupees. So the maximum again, when you look at this, you can ask for compensation from adjudicating officer under the Information Technology Act. Then there has to be we need to standardize methodology and coverage. Now, what is that? It is basically the testing methodologies which ensure consistency and credibility. Methodology is basically what separates amateur from professional. So if you are following certain methods, certain guidelines, then this is what differentiates between an amateur person and a professional. Now, two testers should not produce two different results for the same target. And framework, therefore, and these framework helps to ensure that consistency. Now, what are some of the common frameworks are? For example, a framework would be OWASP testing guide for web application vulnerabilities. Then we have PTES penetration testing execution standards, step-by-step assessments flow. NIST SP 800-115, which is a US government technical guideline. Meter attack adversary tactics and techniques. ISO 27002, which is general control guidance. Now, once the methodology is in place, we must discuss how we handle and protect the evidence we collect, because what happens is evidence is very important and it defines that is one. The evidence would only decide at the end of the day whether something has gone wrong, and then only some kind of punishment or penalty can be imposed. Now, when we look at this, a rigorous repeatable methodology based on industry standard ensures consistency, comprehensive coverage, and traceable result. Now, evidence management and chain of custody. Now, maintaining a verifiable chain of custody for all evidence is paramount for legal defensibility and maintaining the integrity of finding. Because when we look at digital evidence, now digital evidence are very fragile. Now, even if we change some file name also, then that could have a very different effect on the case or the end result. So once we begin testing, every screenshot, every log, and every observation it becomes a potential evidence. However, there is a challenge. Now, how do we make sure that evidence remains credible at all times? Evidence the integrity of an evidence is what makes your report stand in front of auditors, regulators, and even courts if needed. So in a professional cybersecurity work, evidence collection is treated like forensic work. That means what you have done, whatever you do in that assignment, you capture it methodically, you preserve it securely, and you can prove it that it hasn't been tampered with. So now, how will you prove that something has not been tampered with? You can only prove that something has not been tampered with if you are properly taking the hash and maintaining the log files. Now, what is important when you are taking evidence and which forms the part of the chain of custody? Now, why do we, the reason we have the chain of custody is the evidence would change hands from one person to another. Now, every time that evidence is changing hands, it has to be captured in the chain of custody form. Now, every evidence should have a timestamp to it. Now, one should always note the date, the time, and the time zone of capture. Now, it could not, so it should properly mention, for example, 5 a.m. or 5 p.m. or the time zone like the IST Indian Standard Time or the UTC, which is the Coordinated Universal Time. So it has to be captured in that way. Then hash your evidence. Generate the hash of the evidence for screenshot or log files. Record the environment. Now, in what environment that test has been done has to be recorded properly. For example, the kind of the OS, what kind of OS has been, operating system has been used, what kind of tools has been used, and then also not only the tools, the versions are important. What version of that tool was used during that testing, network ID, etc. Then comes the fourth part, which is the evidence has to be stored securely. So what we do is we stored it in an encrypted and in an access controlled folder only. So the access to that folder has to be limited, or it has to be only given to people who should get the right to access that folder. And then the last but very important is never share raw evidence over chat or unsecured email. Lot of time people, what they do is they always carry their mobile phone in their pocket. They will take out their phone, click picture and share. Now that is just a raw evidence, and that should not be shared either over chat or unsecured email. Because even if someone modifies the screen, you have taken any screenshot, and you modify the screenshot even slightly, the hash value would change, and that is your mathematical proof of authentication. So any change would then say the original evidence has been tampered with. Now that we have seen how the collection and preservation of evidence should be done, let's move and see how do we classify and protect it based on its sensitivity. And that is what is called the data classification. Now, handling sensitive information responsibly. So during assessments, we often capture confidential data. We capture database records, username. Sometimes we also capture the financial data. Now, to protect ourselves and our client,
Vishal sir.
we must. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I have a query.
Yes, ma'am.
Whichever the forms are filled from the time when the incident is reported, like very first IRC form is filled, incident response checklist, to the last
Correct.
chain of custody is also maintained, in and outs, everything is maintained for all the evidences. Whether there are any standard formats for the same, or like we are just provided some sample forms in most of the books we usually see. So whether there are any standard formats for all these kind of the forms, or any of the general form with the required details can be used.
See, ma'am, generally, if you look at the NIST guideline, it has the template mentioned how the chain of custody should look like. And in most of the cases, organization also make their design the format, and most of the things are captured there.
Okay, means it depends. Means minor changes or the whatever the standard guidelines are given according to the same, it can be prepared by the organization itself.
Yes. So, but there has to. That's the only reason when I started the session, I said for we must follow certain kind of guidelines, whether it is an NIST guideline or the guideline provided by Government of India or any other guideline. Or for example, when we look at cyber security and we look at banking, then RBI has its own regulations. So they are regulated by Reserve Bank of India. For example, the insurance company, if you look at the cybersecurity policies, most of them are being drafted as per IRDA cybersecurity guidelines. So it has to adhere to them.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So we moved on to the data classification and handling protocols. Now, so we need to classify. All the information. So now, how is that classification done? Now, this classification can be of generally 4 types. One is a public, 2 is internal, 3rd is confidential, and 4th is restricted. Now, let's take an example. Now, for a document or a file which is public, what does that mean? It is safe for sharing, and then it is basically what a generic security policy. So a generic security policy of any organization is generally can be classified as a public document which is safe for open sharing. Then there could be a internal test plan, a document. Now, internal test plan is an internal but a document, and it could be classified as internal, which has a low risk and is meant for internal use. Then there could be a 3rd kind of document, which could be a source code or architecture documents of any application or any code. So those are very critical to the business. And then those can be classified as a confidential document. And there is a last 3rd kind of document, which we can be classified as a very restrictive one. For example, database dump or logs with PII. Now, what is PII? Personal identifiable information. So any document which carries a PII or database dump, it is highly sensitive because it has those PII and other credentials. So it becomes a restricted document for the organization. Now, every file, every screenshot or every report must carry the data, that classification. Because the classification will define how it should be stored, how it should be transmitted, and how it should be destroyed later. Because in India, we also have a DPDP Act, which is called the Digital Data DPDP Act. Now, yesterday only, 2 days back, Government of India notified the DPDP rules also. Now, what does it say? What does basically Digital Personal Data Protection Act talks about? It talks about, like, whenever you are collecting any information from anyone, you need to make that person aware why you are taking it. So what is the purpose of taking? How will you keep it? How will you share it with a 3rd party? And then if you have taken it for a certain purpose, then after that purpose is served, how are you going to discard it or delete it or destroy it? So that has to be properly documented. Now, from a university perspective, let's take a example. Or before that, Yeah, let's take an example. Now imagine your test finds a file name which is student underscore data .xlx file containing personal information. Now, of the students of the university. Now, those are again become very big. It becomes very critical. Now, you must label that evidence as a restricted and encrypted, because it would go from one person to another person to then another person. So, and we don't want anybody taking a copy of it and then using it at some other place or giving it to the competitors. So it has to be encrypted and limit access to authorized reviews only. So it could, then you need, in that file you need to make those access has to be given accordingly, whether somebody can make changes or can only read it, or somebody can read it and write it, right? Because handling, and then comes handling and exposure. Handling and detention protocols are again very important. Handling and detention defines who can see your data. Now, one is who can see your data, then how they access it, and how long it stays before it is securely destroyed. So you are taking that data for what time frame you are keeping it with yourself, and then when that purpose is solved, how are you destroying it? And destroying it, mind it, it has to be destroyed securely, so that it again doesn't go in like in any other format or any other environment. Now, there is no universal duration for how long you should keep a data, but certain time, like the regulator says, like in certain cases, the logs has to be maintained for 180 days. So if the regulator says to a particular industry that any data which you are handling, the logs of those data needs to be kept for 180 days, then you have to keep it for 180 days. For example, in case something goes wrong and there is a court case, and the government and the court says ask the evidence needs to be produced, then you cannot say no, we don't have the logs, or we don't maintain it. Then it would be a problem for the organization, because when the regulator has already told you, as per regulation, you need to maintain it for a certain period of time, then you need to maintain it for that number of days, that number of months. And also it depends on the client policy and the project scope. So in business term, between two people, which is not they can decide, like what is the time frame they are looking at for keeping the data and again then destroying it securely. But the principle is very simple. The principle is keep it only as long as needed, and keep it safe while it exists. This is a thumb rule. I'll again repeat, keep it only as long it is needed, and keep it safe while it exists. So the entire responsibility of keeping it safe lies with the person who is handling that data. What could be the best practice when the data is is residing under your control? The best practice would be encrypt all data at rest and in transit. So if you are keeping it in your system, then also keep it encrypted. If you are sharing it or when it is in transit, then it has to be encrypted. Use access control repositories. Forbid unencrypted emails attachment. Define detention time, for example, 90 days after the report is accepted, or 20 or 180 days, whatever suits the business and the policy of the organization. Use secure deletion. Like, for example, a lot of people feel like you have deleted something from your laptop and it is deleted forever. But please note, anything which you delete from your system can be recovered using, there are tools and technologies available in the market which can help in getting back that data. So instead of deletion, what we follow is the process of wiping, or cryptographic wipe, or the best is physical destruction. But again, physical destruction of a laptop or a mobile phone or a hard disk is not possible in every case. So what is done is, it has, instead of deleting that information which was with you, it has to be basically, instead of deletion, it has to be wiped out completely, right? Now, how long do you keep data, test data in your organization? And do you have a destruction policy in your organization? Now, these are two questions which you should go back and find out from. If you are responsible for your organization handling the IT infrastructure of the institution, then you can share it with me. Or if you don't have, please go back and see whether your organization has such kind of policy, right? Because classification, handling, controlled sharing, and retention and disposal are very important, and this forms the part of evidence management and chain of custody. Everything would be mentioned there. Now let's move on to the next section, which
Vishal sir, what will be the process of wiping the data completely?
so
How will we manage all the like?
See, there are tools and technologies. I'll share that with ma'am. There are the certain tools and tools which you can use it to wipe the data. But again, there are again, we need to look at whether that tool, you are allowed to download it on your computers, which or the system which has been provided to you by the organization. Because whenever any organization gives you any computer, laptop, or any system, it is meant for their work. Now, what happens is, sometimes people, while leaving the organization, they try to delete or wipe those data. So they would not allow somebody to download those tools on the system. So that needs to be checked.
Kind of authentication, kind of.
Yeah. Right. Any other question?
No, sir. Thank you.
Now we move on to the next topic, which is basically canonical security report structure. Now, this is basically a standardized structure which ensures all essential information is present, facilitating quick comprehension and action by diverse stakeholders. Because any data would, any report would have different stakeholders, as I mentioned during the initial like slides. CXO would have a different take. Dean would have a different way of looking at it. The security SOC team would have a different stake in it. So this report becomes very important, and a structured report is easier to read, easier to audit, and easier to trust. Now, in cyber security, what is important at the end of the day? In cyber security, what it is, the trust is very important. Now, think of your report as a research paper, and like report research paper, it should have flow, it should have citations, and a logical organization. So when I say logical organization, you have organized that document in such a way that it is complete in every sense. So when we look at a structure of what could be the standard structure? Now, standard structure could be the cover page, then it should have classification of the data, the title. So classification, what the classification is, whether it is a public one, whether it is a restricted one, or it can be shared, whether you can share that with somebody else or not. So public, whether it is public, whether it is internal, whether it is confidential, or whether it is restricted. Then title, author, what version, because when we start making report, it goes through multiple iteration. So the final document should have which is this version, which has been shared, and then it should also have a date to it. Then the next would, when we structure it, we mention the executive summary. Now, what does as I said earlier also, what is the executive summary? The executive summary basically captures three things. It should basically capture: one, the top risks; two, what is the business impact of that risk; and the third one is the overall rating of the risk. Then what is the scope and methodology? It should capture what was tested, under which rules, using which framework. For example, whether you did it under NIST, PCI DSS, or any other rule, ISO. So any other any framework, if has been followed, or any guideline of government has been followed, if government has come up with certain guidelines, then that has to be properly captured. Then there has to be a section which is a finding section, which would have a detailed technical vulnerabilities with risks and what is the remediation, what is next. So what needs to be done. Then remediation summary, table summarizing the fixes. And then once this has been done, when something has been fixed, the vulnerabilities has been fixed, whether again it has been verified, the status, false positive and false negative, we'll have a look at it later on. Then it should also have appendices wherein it should clearly capture the what tools were used, whether some evidence was taken, and if evidence was taken, whether you have captured the hashes, glossary, and acronym, which is the general standard. Now, if your report follows this structure in all the in totality, right from cover page to appendices, including executive summary, finding, scope, remediation, any auditor can find what they need without calling you. So that document, if has been handed over to somebody, that person would not be required to call you and again discuss what you have mentioned there. So it has to be very clear, crystal clear, and explanatory and self-sufficient. And if you can draft such kind of report, that will mark, and that will show you as a, like, you are a matured professional who can make a proper report. Then what is also important is numbering, referencing, and linkaging evidences. Now, another important hallmark of any professional report is its consistent numbering and cross-referencing. Each finding should have a unique identifier, and every evidence item should link back to it, right? Now, why do we do this? Why is it a report written in such a fashion? Those reports are written and everything is captured in that way, so that this will ensure that even after 6 months, if anyone can trace evidence directly to the finding, it will prevent any kind of confusion if the report is updated or version, right? So anybody after 6 months also can look at it and can understand the same thing which he or she had understood earlier. Then is basically design. Design is not decorative, basically. So when you design it, it is communication. A security report should be visually clear, logically spaced, and easy to navigate. Now, what is the best practice? What we follow when we are making these reports is we use consistent heading levels, then avoid excessive color. So a lot of people use all the colors, red, blue, yellow, pink, everything in the report. Now that is not a standard practice, or neither it is accepted by professionals. So avoid excessive colors, ensure readability in black and white print only. Use bullet points for clarity and avoid long paragraphs. So a lot of people write long paragraphs. So again, that is not needed. It has to be very simple. And again, I'll stress on, I'll give um, this is again very important. Like when you are again writing it, then you have to keep in mind who is likely to read your report or who is likely to see your report. Then if you are keeping that in mind, then you will be able to write it in a better way. See, because at the end of the day, your report will not be a good report if it is not making sense to the person for whom you have written. So you have think as per that person and then draft the report. Include diagrams or screenshot when possible, because see, sometimes if you put a screenshot, then it will be very easy for the executives or the CXOs to understand. Now use table of content which hyperlinks for digital reports. So sometimes what happens is they don't have time. So what they do is, you have sent a report, it has a TOC and it has a hyperlink. So on TOC only, if they want to go to the, okay, I just want to look at what is the business impact, they will click onto that link, it will take them to that page and they would be able to take that decision. So a cluttered colorful report with 10 fonts look amateurish. So if you are making that kind of report, it is not good. A clean report with consistent heading, spacing, label appears professional, and then it becomes easier for auditors and also to understand and digest. Right? Now, from this, we will move on to the next one, the art of writing the executive summary and risk rating. And this is where what we say in our term, clarity, you have to have that clarity, and then only you will be able to write a good report. So for an executive, if you're writing any report for an executive, the executive summary should be in one page only. Now let's take again an example. Let's imagine you are like, in case of corporates, there are CISOs, in education institutions or universities, there are deans. Now they have 3 to 5 minutes to understand a month-long assessment. They would not have like half a day sitting with you and understand each and everything. So that is where your executive summary earns its value. Now, a single page is what drives budget and policy decisions. See, because when they see that report, that one page, and if it is very clear, then and there they will take a call whether they would want to help you in budget, because if you have made some report and you are asking for certain things as a next step, then it should clearly come out. Then only they would be able to understand and help them to drive the budget and the policy decision. And when you look at these reports for the executive summary, think it like a movie trailer for your report. It should be short, it should be visual, it should have and focused on impact rather than technical details, because he or she at that level would not have time to move to look at or scroll down to see all the technical details. So the core element for the executive summary would be the purpose. What was the purpose of this assessment? For example, it was done on an examination portal because the students who are supposed to take their assessments or the exam. So the purpose is clearly mentioned, date. So it was done 2 months before the examination time or the semester exam. Now, overall security posture has to be mentioned, whether it is at high risk, moderate, or a low risk. Now, it should also capture the top 3 to 5 risks which will impact the business. Summary of action and visual snapshot. For example, you can have some kind of heat map or a bar chart, because that gives a better look and to the report. Now, let's take one more example. Now, here what we basically during a let's look at a 2 weeks web applications assessment of the admission portal. So you have an admission portal in your organization at university, and you have taken 2 weeks assessment. You have done assessment of that admission portal for 2 weeks. You found 5 critical and 12 medium issues were identified. Now, the most severe was an SQL injection allowing unauthorized access to student records. So, so what was being exposed? The exposure was to the student records. Now, what had happened is immediate mitigation steps have been implemented. Parameters are fixed. Fixes are in progress, and which will take another 7 days time. Now, this is a scenario. Now, tell me, what does your leadership would care about most? The technical details or the impact on operations and reputation? So basically, in my opinion, the leadership would be more worried about the operation of the university or the or the institution, because it should not affect the day-to-day working affair of the institution, and it should not have a affect the reputation of the institution, because the reputation takes time. See, if you have lost something, some money, you can always earn that money, and so that is not very challenging for anyone. But if somebody has lost reputation or credibility, it is again very difficult for the business to stand and again move ahead. So for executives, it is they would be more worried about the operation and the operation and the reputation, right? So basically, when we look at the executive would not respond to any kind of common vulnerability exposure, the CVEs, IDs. They would respond to the risk, to the revenue. What is the risk to their revenue, to their reputation, and to the regulation, because they are again governed by AICTE, UGC, or other statutory bodies. So they would be more, or NAC, so they would be more worried. It should, because of this, it should not have any kind of impact there. So far, every vulnerabilities answer one simple question: so what? So something, now this is a vulnerability, okay, so what? Now, if this is a vulnerability, what is the effect? What kind of effect it will bring to the institution? That is what is very important. So when you are basically, to cut it short, to keep it very simple, when you connect the technical issues to the real business or operational consequence, so if you are able to tell, so a lot of people in the organization would say, uh, like the data, there has been a data breach or a data leak, or student data is exposed. So these are basically, people are making noise. What needs to be done is, you need to talk about the technical issue, and that technical issue, how is it going to affect the business or operation of the institution. And this is what turns noise into a meaningful conversation, right? Moving on to a risk rating methodology and likely impact. Now, again, this is very important. Our risk rating framework combines technical severity with real-world exploitation, pressure, and environmental factors for a precise outcome. Now, let's take an example. Now, so here, what is important is risk is likelihood. What is risk? Risk is basically likelihood into the impact. And when we do the risk rating, it basically helps in remediation and handling, vulnerability handling. Now, there are three common terms which are regularly used: CVE, which is the common vulnerability exposure, where all known vulnerabilities are. This is assigned to all known vulnerabilities. NVD is basically National Vulnerability Database. So whatever known vulnerabilities are there, one can go and see there. Then is CVSS, which is the Common Vulnerability Scoring System. Which varies from 0 to 10 on a scale of 0 to 10. Now we move on to the anatomy of vulnerability finding template. Now it is basically bringing it together from summary to action. Now, when we say something bringing from summary to action is basically, now let's think of your report as a conversation point between three people: the tester, the developer, three people, the tester, the developer, and the decision maker. The executive summary starts with that. Executive summary starts that conversation by translating risk into business term. The technical section completes it with proof of guidance. A good summary answers basically three questions: A, what happened? B, why does it matter? And third, what should we do next? So each finding must be self-contained, high fidelity, packed of information. So title and affected assets, summary and reproduction, impact and evidence, remediation and status. So this should it should cover all these things. Then is precision in security, the vulnerability validation policy. A definite guide for security engineers on evidence quality, POC execution, and remediation standard. This policy basically ensures consistency, reproducibility, and robust fixes across all vulnerability findings. Then is the next one, proof of concept, execution, and policy, which basically talks about a proof of concept is basically the heart of credibility in the technical finding. It shows the vulnerability is not theoretical, rather it is real. However, POC must be safe. You are proving a point, not exploiting a system. So what is POC? POC is basically you are trying to prove your point and you are not exploiting the system. What is the golden rule for a POC? The golden rule for POC is work only inside approved scope, never alter production data, use dummy records or sandbox users, demonstrate impact without data destruction, document all inputs, outputs, and screenshots. Evidence quality and standardization, we have already dealt with some part of this has already been dealt earlier, like wherein I have already said, like we need to follow that standard screenshot and logs, capture the full URL, timestamp, and user role. Database output use only parameterized queries to retrieve data, strictly redact all personal identifiable information, and limit low counts to easily essential evidence only. And then network artifacts has to be captured. All artifacts must be hashed for integrity verification. Store the evidence in central index. Then is the reproducibility rubrics, which ensures consistent validation. So validation again is important. So you have found a vulnerability, you have applied for example the patch. Now again you need to look at whether the vulnerability still exists or it doesn't exist. Then is remediation guidance from mitigation to durable fixes. Now, finding a vulnerability is important, but fixing it responsibly fixing it is what is very important in the security terms. Reporting must include clear remediation guidance that balances technical accuracy with practicality. And when we look at remediation guidance, now there are 4 phases. One is the immediate mitigation, which is basically quick step to reduce exposure. Example is back pattern in a WAF rule. 2 is durable fix, which is permanent code change or config change. For example, use prepared SQL statements, secure default, hardened configuration. And 4th is defense in depth, which is basically added layer protection. Vulnerability prioritization and remediation roadmap. Vishu ma'am, do I have time or I am running out of time?
Sir, we are having a next session of the assessment.
Okay.
So meanwhile, I'm enabling the link for all of the participants. We can conclude in the next 5 minutes.
All right. I'll quickly conclude. Conclude then. Then comes the vulnerability prioritization and remediation roadmap, which is again categorized into 3. Categorization and grouping is important. Strategic approach is important. And simple scoring and ownership is again very important. Then is what is important is the key performance indicators, the KPI for vulnerability management, mean time to remediate, broken down by severity level, and ensure adherence to agreed service level agreement, which is basically called the SLAs. Then there has to be an efficiency ratio, closed loop efficacy, and the test coverage. So when we say that 100% test coverage is which measures the percentage of finding that have dedicated units, integration or security test added alongside the permanent fixes. Now, this is integrating security into software development lifecycle. It is basically what? It is basically while we are coding something. So earlier what people used to do is they used to code and then look at security to it. Now it has to be whenever we are writing codes, it is important for us to look at both the things, security and privacy by design. So by design, it has to be there and not as an afterthought, like an application is made, and then now we are looking at whether it has it is properly secured, whether privacy has been taken care of. Compliance mapping and audit readiness. So as I said earlier also, map all findings and their corresponding fixes to industry framework and standards. For example, application security verification, NIST, document all compensating controls and residual risk accepted by the business. Then is API security reporting technical deep dive. This is again, it talks about in case of API security reporting, how this has to be done. Actionable privacy and data protecting report. Now, every report should take care of 2 things: the security, and 2 is the data protection. Now, critical protection areas are data mapping and flow, encryption lifecycle, and DSR compliant. Data subject right is basically the DSR. This we have already done earlier, covered earlier during my conversation. Migrating business logics and fraud vulnerabilities. Now, this is a structure of a structure thread modeling and documentation. It has to have context and diagram, risk analysis, misuse and mitigations, and version and linking. Now, versioning and linking are very important. Report automation and template standardization. Again, this is very critical. Like if there are 10 people in an organization, everybody would have their own way of style of writing. Then again, it would be very difficult for the stakeholders to understand. So it is better like if most of the things can be standardized so that it becomes very easy from a evidence in evidence and indexing point of view. Then there has to be a controlled distribution and access life cycle. Strict controls are necessary for the distribution and access management of sensitive security reports to prevent unauthorized disclosure, and also it should not land in hands of somebody who should not have that report. Again, key visualization for risk communication. What can be used is we can use exposure heat map, severity and MTTR trend meter and risk metrics annotations. Target stakeholders readout strategy. Executive session 15 to 30 minutes. Engineering deep dive, because they would have time, 60 to 90 minutes. Operation and SOC team review detection, tuning opportunities which is derived from red and purple team results, leading to updates in current incident response playbook. And last but not the least, this is very important, what we have covered earlier also, legal compliance and incidence disclosures. All the findings has to be properly done. Legally, it has to be reviewed. There has to be a coordinated disclosure. It cannot, like if somebody has found any vulnerability, you cannot just go and share and like post it everywhere on internet. Then there is public review and then internal report. Thank you very much for patiently hearing out to me on this topic, which is more, it is very theoretical rather than a practical one. Thank you, Vishu ma'am, and I must thank SGTU University for providing me this platform under the ATAL FDP program to interact with such a people from education institution. I hope this will help you while you go back. This would help you to look at the present posture of your organization from a documentation and reporting perspective. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Vishal sir. You have shared many of the things that we were not aware of even. Many of the type of the documents and the strategies that is to be followed, these all were very appreciable. You have shared a lot from your experiences, and definitely our participants are going to adapt it, going to use it for their teaching, for the research also. Thank you once again from all of the participants and from the ATAL Academy side. Now for all of the participants, the session, this question assessment is going to be updated on all of the FDP, ATAL FDP portals under the assessment section. Please give me some time. It is getting updated.
Vishu ma'am, will we have to submit the feedback on the ATAL also?
Yes, sir. That is mandatory. To get the certificate, it is for all of the participants to fill the feedback on the ATAL portal. If the server is busy, you can try a little later.
Okay, thank you.
The certificate may be shown to you if you have attempted the test on the ATAL portal, you have filled the feedback and your attendance is updated. Only then the certificate will be shown to those participants. If it is not shown to the rest of the participants, so please do not panic because your attendance and the quiz marks are not updated on the interface. So it will be updated later on and your certificate will also be available there. But make sure you have filled the feedback on the ATAL portal. I'm sorry for the convenience that is caused due to this subtle FTP portal interface because right now the server is also getting busy because of simultaneous access. So let's wind up this session now, and we are come to this end of our this ATAL FDP program. We have covered many of the topics. Number of the sessions are delivered by industry experts as well as academia experts. I sincerely thank you all of the resource persons for sharing their time, knowledge, and real life experiences. A big thank you to our institution, SGT University, ATAL FDP teams, all the leaders, everyone who supported for this FDP, as well as my participants. So your encouragement made this program actually impossible. So to all the participants, thank you for getting this FDP session and your active involvement, enthusiasm for this every of the session. Your interest made the FDP actually lively and meaningful. So as we are going to close it, and I once again thank you all of the resource persons. Our first session delivered by Mr. Avdesh Kumar Shukla, who has delivered with the clear explanation and hands-on experience. Must sure that all the participants will be using all these concepts that is delivered by him in their all practices. I also thank to Mr. Rohit Srivastav, who is a co-founder and managing director in KS Cyber Ventures, who has delivered a talk regarding all of the practical demonstration and real attack scenarios. Now I thank Mr. Alok Karne, who is a co-founder of KS Cyber Ventures. He has also delivered a session on authentication and session management, and the second session that was delivered by him on input validation and injection vulnerabilities. Thank you, Alok sir, for delivering two deeply informative sessions. Now I thank Mr. Dr. Sudan Jha, who is a professor and lead researcher in Kathmandu University. He has delivered a very insightful session on the client-side security controls. So I thank you, Doctor, for clear and well-delivered session on many of the new terms that we come to know, CSP, SRIs, that is content security policies. I appreciate the depth and the clarity that you have provided in your teaching style. I thank Dr. Vladislav, who is from Austria and who is also a CEO and founder of Atronics. He has delivered a session on the integration of cybersecurity aspects in the cyber physical systems. So his session gave participants a broader understanding of the real world challenges and the attack surfaces. Now I would like to thank Mr. Pushpendra Pateriya, who has delivered two sessions on vulnerability management, testing web services and APIs. He has delivered all the sessions with the strong foundation and the applied knowledge. I appreciate the way you have delivered very impactful session. I thank to Dr. Deepak Prashar, who has delivered the session on security misconfiguration and exposure and advanced exploitation technique. So both of the sessions were very meaningful, insightful, and definitely the entire concept that he has discussed, we can easily relate to in a meaningful way. Now I would like to thank Mr. Vishal Kumar, who is a co-founder of Future Edge Labs. He has just delivered a session on the reporting and the documentation. He had discussed about the CERT, many of the things that is new to us regarding the CV exposure, common vulnerability exposures also, and many of the type of the documentation, guidelines and the standards. So I thank all the resource persons once again from the entire team as well as from the SGTU University. If any of the participant would like to share anything, then they can, and you may share the feedback also. Any of the participant, if would like to give the feedback, then please switch on your camera and you can you can share your feedback. All the participants, please switch on your cameras.
Good evening, ma'am. I just want to thank you and sir for organizing such a impactful FDP. All the resource persons were very, very impactful. They have delivered very informative sessions on the cybersecurity. Though my thirst area is not from the cybersecurity, but still I was able to understand so many things that were very impactful and that will help us a lot in the future. Thank you very much, ma'am, for organizing such an impactful FDP, and in future we are hoping that you will organize such events too. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mamta ma'am. Thank you so much.
So friends, can we turn on the camera and we can take a photograph using the screenshots. So this is the concluding session. And I guess who all are present over here, they please turn on their camera and then we can just capture the uh, memorable moments. Yeah. So thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the participants, all the resource person, Vishal sir, Pushpendra sir, Avdesh, Deepak sir, Rohit sir, Alok sir, Dr. Vladislav, Dr. Sudan. So without your wisdom, without your cooperation, without your support, this FDP could not be possible. And I would like to thank my university who always supported and encourage their employees to do such kind of activities. And without the sufficient number of registration from my audience, from all the participants, this could not be possible to conclude successfully. So a big thanks to all the audience, all the participants for cooperating for complete 6 days. uh, Even I know that this is a very odd time, like in the evening 6 to 9 p.m., but still patientfully that you have listened, you have cooperated even when there were some kind of glitches, technical glitches on the interface while attempting the test. The kind of support you people have provided, you people have shown, this is very commendable. So thank you, everyone. Thank you once again.
It is my request to every
Thank you, sir.
participant. Please make sure you have filled the feedback form on the ATAL FDP portal. Your attendance and your marks that you obtained on the Google form, that will be updated. But make sure from your side, feedback form is also filled on the ATAL FDP portal.
Vishu ma'am, I'm unable to fill the
Done,
feedback
madam.
form.
Thank you.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Good evening, ma'am.
Good
Finished
evening.
one can leave, madam.
Actually,
Yes,
ma'am,
yes. Those who are done with this, they can leave.
ma'am, actually, I have
Thank you
submitted
so much, madam.
assessment on Google form. So
Okay.
in that, my name is crossed, ma'am.
No
red
issue, sir.
marks.
That was a mistakenly clicked. So that's why that entry is there. Don't worry
Okay, ma'am. Okay,
about
ma'am.
it.
Thank you,
Make sure
ma'am.
the email ID that you have used is a correct one.
Yeah, ma'am. I
That
have.
was mistakenly on the last moment that was clicked by mistake.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Vishu ma'am, I am unable to fill the feedback form.
On the ATAL FDP portal?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, wait a minute, please.
But I have submitted the test through Google form only.
Ma'am, this is the reason because those who have not attempted on the portal, they might not get the access to give the feedback. So first the test marks will be updated over
Okay.
there, and then you will be getting the link to submit the feedback.
Okay, sir.
So
Thank you so
those who have submitted, those who have attempted the test on Google form, their marks will manually be punched on the interface, and then only the page to give the feedback on the ATAL portal would be activated. So might be if you guys please cooperate, please give us one more day, uh,
Okay.
probably by tomorrow evening. All the marks will be updated, all the attendance would be updated, and then you will be able to give the feedback. And my request to you all, please do not forget to submit your feedback. Reason being, uh, this is the primary requirement of ATAL FDP, that the test marks, the minimum criteria must be maintained, the minimum percentage uh, of attendance must be maintained, and successfully submission of the feedback is required to get the certificate. So as I have seen that few of our participants, they have already downloaded their certificate, because all their bare minimum criteria, whether it is attendance or it is test or it is the feedback, they have completed all three, and that's why immediately the e-certificate was downloaded. So by tomorrow evening, I am sure as soon as you will submit your feedback, you will be able to get your certificate on the spot. Okay. So
Okay,
thank you
Patriya.
everyone. Yes, so we can leave. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Dr. Pratik Agarwal. Thank you, Dr. Visu, and all the faculty members of SGTU University for organizing this wonderful session. This was very amazing and interested and learnful session for us. And
Chaitanya sir,
hello,
it's verified from your from my end. It is
yeah,
updated. Your marks are updated.
yeah, ma'am. Thank you so much for your providing us all these type of sessions, ma'am. Thank you all faculty member of the SGT University.